Thanks, everybody. You guys seem very nice. I'm slightly. Whatever service now, I can't talk to my friends. I can't. I just talk to my buddy. I'm like, I don't know. I think if it wasn't for my parents, I'd probably kill myself. And he's like, I think your parents would understand it. I mean, they love you. Ultimately, they know what's best for themselves. I got one weird friend who has like a family, so he just probably supports than everyone else's, around the age of 11 since 8 a.m. But 7 a.m. Because you don't have a wife drinking at home. Luckily, I know you're right. Every morning I'm tired and depressed. I think to myself, well, this tastes so good. Thank you very much. Okay. 6.5 years. I started out in state New York. Orlando. What did you do after Willie gave you the chocolate factory? Journey from Charlie to Jimmy. It's fucking weird that your parents all slept in that bed. We were very. I love it, Jimmy. It's 6.5 years. Where was it at again? Your stand-up? So big. We lived in New York and Orlando for Orlando for comedy. So I moved to Orlando for break. Oh, great. Where you go? Yeah. So I went to rehab and upstate. So what'd you go to rehab for? I was anything else. It was like everything was one disease. You did as good as those. Yeah, I got clean and then my parents live in Florida, so I stayed with my parents for a little bit, 3.5 years. And then were you in Hampton, New York with your parents for in Florida? Right, so it was really cool to me. It's right because I think they turned 65 in Florida. That's okay. So what made you know you did want to go to rehab? What was the low point when you were like, Jesus, fuck. gonna just want to yap your ear off. You can sit there on your phone, get some work done, and enjoy some blow job. Nothing like it. Yeah, that's the life. The floor in this giant, this your fucking dick suck, barely able to enjoy it. In my parents' house. Copious amounts of journalists and doing it. No, that's just right here. This is a live show and then it disappears. We gotta get you a different way to get it started. I think oh, alright. Let's talk about the how do you I guess I just rolled the dice, basically. So, where were we going here? When you were getting your stuff, it was soft. You're doing coke with that. Yeah. I got my dick stuck in playing with you like and he relaxes. It's like, okay. So, right. So, that how exactly you relax. So, my girlfriend.
Oh, how about you doing? Dude, dude, can you hear me, Doug?
Hey, Ryan.
Hold up.
This science and like you good about hurts.
I took the hamster. Life is not, or things are not from Earth, that they're from off-world. The panspermia, which is an asteroid, or guided panspermia, which is extraterrestrial.
Asteroid?
So that's known as panspermia, dog.
What's an asteroid?
Planetary body, sometimes smaller than a planetoid or some asteroid too. Smaller than a planet that generally does not large enough to have its own uh, moon. Many times they're making like broken up uh, planets. Dude, are you ready to lose? I'm lagging.
Yeah.
You're right. Are you ready to lose?
I didn't really.
Okay, we'll calm down. See if I can. Good. Can you hear
Okay.
me? Okay, is it better now?
I'm good.
Ready to lose? I mean, that sounds like a problem, dog. So you're not ready to lose. That's okay. Why did you have an hour? Why did you only have an hour straight? Were you back in the UK?
No.
Sorry, why did you only have an hour sleep? I'll wait. You did it lunch?
uh, what? Oh, I remember. That find it, or if you set it to space.
Question. If you send it into space, your body still has microbes that are going to on your body. Um, and if you freeze it, those things freeze. That's a very good question.
Maybe that's big, if you set it to space.
Potentially. Vampire. But let's that's a good one. Does the body decompose faster if frozen or septic? Decomposition is faster in deep space rather than typical Earth space, but slowest when the body is protected by a pressurized space. Freeze are significantly slower position, keeping tissue solid and inactive. So stuff anaerobic breakdown. So the vacuum space is standard extreme cold and solar radiation typically causes the body to sunlight or mummify, freeze structure, effectively halting biological decomposition. However, if the body is sealed by the space, decomposition can actually proceed faster than in space and freezer because of heat and moisture. Breaking and where internal bacteria break down open space, extravehicular body freezes or mummifies rapidly, rapidly almost entirely. In a spacesuit, composition occurs faster than an open space because the suit bacteria, allowing rot until oxygen runs out and then Earth freezes. Decomposition goes like cold, but not entirely fast. It is generally slower than a spacesuit, but did that answer your question, son?
Yeah,
Okay.
if you freeze in the brain, that brain still deteriorates.
Then, yeah, can you hear me?
And now,
Everything's going to generate material. What's your question? Do.
is it not is it not
Uh, well, antibiotics.
do an anti-bacterial?
Yeah, it helps. Helps your gut, especially. You know, different foods. very important gut health. You kill all the bacteria in your system. It's I think about this a lot. Like, why do we have bacteria? Or why is it important? And like, why are things like, why is the composition so important? And it comes down to if you didn't have it, eventually the earth would just fill up with dead bodies. You didn't have this composition. So it's important that it exists. It's like things can go one of two ways. They can continue to build or they can continue to break down. We're fortunate that they continue to break down, or else we would have to experience constant body.
Against
There's no.
non-functional evolved bacteria.
What did you say, because?
It's evolved bacteria.
That's
An asteroid. Asteroid. If the bacteria have created different species of bacteria.
there's probably a higher. Yeah, dinosaurs are basically like, not humans ourselves, but like we're big experiments, and that there's been guided evolution to have some bacteria. It was a phenomenal question. It's an absolute phenomenal. I don't know.
The same thing.
Yeah, but then who created those? If you really want to know what I think, with the billions of galaxies out there, billions of stars in those billions of galaxies, I think that eventually you would have some type of organic evolution to a higher intelligent being, and eventually they can start eating the rest. And like it just depends as well. But there's a great question: how do you get life, um, like organic life from inorganic? So I think the question probably poses itself with viruses and potentially like rock. I don't even know. Did you perform last night? No. Did you perform last night? You did? How did it go? How did it go?
I forgot.
Did you use my joke about Carly San Diego and Where's Wally?
Nah, I was just like, I was, I was crying. I just thought it was absurd.
And they were just like wild.
No, it was funny.
Did people think
I
you
was
were,
looking at that right now.
people thought you were funny?
Yeah, yeah. Right now you left.
Yeah, I'm here.
So, girls, a couple and her.
They were there too?
That's
They were there too?
it.
I don't even know.
Oh,
Were they there too?
other than what?
Were Was this couple at the same party you were at?
What was that time?
Okay. So you just told that story? Did you tell them that you got it afterward to go get a check and you never do it?
All right.
That's the best part of the story. What up, seller? Okay. Thomas. Chunk of myself all the way around the head. Tiny. Coffee Club.
The Israelites have fueled the imagination for millennia. Although the Axis and New York naval of the world as it appears on the medieval maps, the site of the Hamikdash was conceived by the ancient Israelites as being the very home of their community on earth. Obviously, pretty clearly, the first time came to settlement and rebuilt by some people with a final grand history where the temple even on the herald the final jubilee days were a third variously in the from the site of the Ark of the Covenant to the last the first direction of the architecture to the elaborate sacred buildings of the modern-day saints. The Jerusalem temple has served both in theory and practice as a singular site of sanctity. What do we actually know about these services or performed in the temple? In this episode, I want to explore just that question into some detail about the rituals performed in the temple on Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, and the holiest day in the Israelite calendar. Indeed, as themselves has pointed out, is truly holy. The holiest time, Yom Kippur, performed by the holiest person, the Kohen by priest, by entering into the holiest. It's a holy, holy. What did this truly holy ritual look like during the days of the Jerusalem temple? Let's explore just that complex set of rituals. If you're interested in ancient rituals, subscribe and keep up with other content on topics like esotericism. Also, we work providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics of esotericism here on YouTube. And you can consider supporting my work on Patreon with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really do appreciate your consideration of supporting the channel. Also, if you want to learn how Yom Kippur is practiced and want to provide you with long sense of the description of the temple, check out the Reduce the Brightness episode on just that topic in the card. I a huge fan of Adrian's work, and it actually is an consideration that I'm going to start this channel esoteric. So I really want to to really provide so much great religious studies content, and also particularly episode 4. Now, let's turn to the sacred worship in Jerusalem temple. Justin Sledge, well, esoterica, but we explore the arcane mystery of religion. Temple popular attention to the that occurred within its precincts. This isn't terribly surprising. It's an utterly foreign modern sensibilities. Indeed, as a content warning, this episode is going to frequently mention animal blood sacrifices from a historical and academic perspective. This might be extremely complicated and frankly shocking to modern sensibilities. The service within the Jerusalem temple was at the center of life. Further, temple worship remains one of the best religious rituals of the ancient world. We still have very little idea of what went on within the temples of ancient Egypt, Babylon, Greece, or Rome. These traditions seem to have been largely priest to priest without ever really seeming to have been handled. Indeed, they were often very carefully guarded secrets in the conduct of the mystery, such as the rites of the process and mythos. Even the situation with the worship in the Jerusalem temple is oddly well spelled out by no means simple. After a series of rebellions against the Jerusalem temple was destroyed and land carried out against the indigenous Jewish population, such that the religious authorities of the time felt that Judaism itself was facing an existential threat. They decided to commit to what was quite hatred. This collection of traditions and names known as the and was protected sometime around 200 of the Common Era. Two later series of commentaries on this text themselves the Jerusalem, Palestinian, and Talmuds, primarily to Trump, Yoma, and the Mishnah, which details for ritual and temple. And some of that text seems to have been composed by people with a memory of having served in the temple destroyed by the Romans. That doesn't mean the text is perfect. Even though the pages of Tractate Yoma are serious evidence about how anything were to be performed. Certain sacrifices, key to the rituals of the day, aren't equally agreed upon. But don't throw the whole day trusting the ritual service of the high priest, given what appears to be the most general shared consensus in pointing out at least some of these technical aspects of the debate about the performance of the Avodah. Yom Kippur itself has a complex origin with deity three different rituals. A ritual for the high priest turned into the Holy of Holies to commune with the Israelite God, perhaps in an altered state of consciousness or shamanic trance. A general day of atonement for the sins of the collective nation. In the ritual whereby those sins are transferred to an animal, here, as we'll see, the animal is smashed. All three of these rituals are actually known from other ancient Near East cultures, though by the composition of the Torah in the 5th century BCE seem to have been combined into one day of extreme sanctity and here we're going to be focusing in on how before rituals would have been carried out sometime in the 1st century of the Common Era. Around the time of Jesus of Nazareth and of Hanan and Hanan, the Great. Exact details may escape us. Let's begin before that holiness day. Kippur. 6 days prior to Yom Kippur, the high priest of the Kohen HaGadol is sequestered to the temple chambers from his family in order to ensure his absolute purity. A deputy high priest is also selected to serve in the actual high priest should die ritually on. Even a spare wife selected for the high priest, his actual wife should die. Why? The Torah to atone for his entire family and must have a wife to meet that family. Thus, if his current wife dies, he'll be quickly remarried to complete the ritual atonement. Further, he's sprinkled with the ashes of the sacrificial lamb to remove any trace of ritual impurity. It improves the acrobatic required for the incense offerings in the Holy Ghost. He also reviews the various ritual procedures expected of that day. One can't underestimate the stakes here. The entire fate of the relationship between the Israelites and their God, some level depends on his performance of this series of rituals. Pressure, I think. He also expects that these animals will be sacrificed that day with the exception of the sin-haired goats. Perform some appropriate ritual duties in the temple that week as a for the big day. He's further instructed on the central debate of the time period. When is the incense of the Holy of Holies lit, inside or outside the Holy of Holies? We'll come back to that in a moment, but it's a crucial matter of contention. And given that it's literally who the Israelite God manifests as the high priest, this is no matter. In order to prevent the possibility of any kind of ritually illuminating nocturnal mutilation, the high priest's diet is restricted the night before the Yom Kippur fast. He's awake all night long, thus prolonging the experience of the 25-hour fast that all Israelites must undergo as they Inui Nefesh or afflict their souls. Various scriptures already have fingers are snapped if he dozes off, and he paces about barefoot on the cold floor of the temple to keep himself alert for the night. At midnight, the ashes from the previous day's sacrifices are cleared from the massive altar, the first difference between Yom Kippur and virtually all other days of the year. This sacrificial altar, or the Mizbeach, is truly titanic. 10 meters or 30 feet tall, reached by the rim, and 16 meters or 52 and a half square. As dawn approaches, the temple courtyard is already filling to capacity. From the roof of the temple, priests are released for dawn to break, and with the first major illumination, the order cries out on our count. With the illumination of the dawn having reached its full use, the tomb of the patriarch also been built by Herod, architecturally similar to the temple. The day has come, and the first sacrifices begin. The high priest has over 40 distinct ritual processes to complete before the sun sinks in the west, and the clock starts ticking. The Kohen HaGadol undresses himself and ritually immerses in the mikvah, the first of 5 emergent sanctions, then to the first set of the golden garments, the first of 5 golden changes a day. The golden garment are the usual ritual attire of the high priest during the rest of the year, and will be worn when he performs the first tamid or continual sacrifice. Every day of the year, Yom Kippur or Yom. Though usually performed by regular priests, this morning tamid sacrifice includes a lamb with grain, with oil, a libation offering, and the first step for preparing the domestic menorah, which will be lit at the conclusion of the day. Another identical tamid offering will occur later in the afternoon as well. Daily sacrifice is a high priest immerses special garments and additional hands required in such walkings throughout the day. These linen garments were extremely valuable, being procured as far away as Egypt and the Mishnah actually notes that most of these linen garments were worth as much as 18 men, about 280 ounces of silver. That's roughly $7,000 in US money in all of 2020. Garments. Now, the garments, the high priest approaches the first major he places between the bull's eyes and confesses his sins and the sins of his family. During this time, the other celebrations of the day, the pronunciation of the days, those days of the day. The first of three such pronunciations, the time of the year where the end of the thing going on is in Israel. This is the first major recurring miracle of the day. The divine name pronounce the entire population of the temple falls completely prostrate. Calm in its standing room only, the Talmud relates how the temple is stretched in all directions miraculously. Space itself to accommodate a communal act of prostration and hearing. After reciting this confession, the priest makes his way to the enormous entrance to the holy place, the east-facing This gate is also an important landmark in the temple, given the miracle story attached to it. The made in Alexandria, taking them back would see a terrible storm descend over the ship. Desperation, the sailors threw the doors into the sea, and it was taken overboard, himself and the other door have to pass the sea as well, just as the door. Just then, the storm abated and the sea calmed. Arriving at Akko, or was despondent and told me wonder, promised stomach covered, found to have washed up right beside the cargo ship. Somehow, miraculously floating all the ship from time to time. While the other gates of the temple were congregated the Ignore Gate were days given the miracle of their survival. Here, the high priest is flanked by attendants and his deputy, and they stand in front of a golden box to the wall of 2 bucks or 2 goats. One lot means for Adonai and Hashem, for like God, and the other means for Azam, perhaps an ancient wilderness name. One goat he sacrificed in the temple that day, the other, the one for himself, figuring the sins of the entire people of Israel. To scapegoat will be led a dozen of the miles into the Judean wilderness and cast on the mountain. There, the Shemans, with the lot selected to go for Adonai, Hashem is selected a special way by the high priest on behalf of the priest of earlier. Again, if the Son of God is pronounced in the entire congregation falls to the people is slaughtered, its ability to capture that face. I go through that as he reached to its home. Altar or his faith. The most complex aspect of it is sense. This is difficult because who has a whole set while the shoe of the hyperbill, the teeth are under bondage without any of the holes being in the next journey. Instead of the hot holes collected, he now enters into the interior sanctuary, calm, carrying incense should be lit outside of the Holy of Holies, whereas the Pharisees had those should be lit within the Holy of Holies. And depending on the high priest, either could be based on interpretation of one line of the Torah. This was a difference because the entire atonement of the people of Israel depended on performing this task correctly, and mistake could mean a deep spiritual failure in the divine execution of the high priest. Regardless, let's assume a Pharisee interpretation of this high priest, like some that mentioned earlier, was in fact the Sadducee. The Greek curtains are separating the Hechal from the most holy place were pinned up so the high priest would turn on the left or south, he would turn right or north, and then pass into the Holy of Holies by turning left or west. The gap between the curtains being about 18 inches wide. Once within the Holy of Holies, now of the Ark of the Covenant, since the destruction of by the Babylonians, the high priest enters a golden room with a rock outcropping of called the Shtiyah, or the baking stone. It's about 3 fingers breadth of the ground. This is an all likelihood that the rock seemed to dig in the dome of the rock. The Muslims have seen the rock. Was long held by the Tinas family, briefly uttering a prayer as they run with the aromatics, the incense. When the ark was present, the incense was between the carrying rails of the ark. It's also said that a rope attached to his leg, so that he dragged out of the Holy of Holies and he perhaps been struck down by wrath. With the incense offering made, he exits the way that he entered, walking backwards in reverence. This is the first of 4 visitations to the Holy of Holies throughout the day of Yom Kippur. The priest returns to the Hechal, or holy place, and takes up the basin of wool, which has an official skirt, enters the Holy of Holies to sprinkle the blood in 8 times, and 7 times. Once complete, he returns to the Nicanor, slaughters the eye, and catches its blood in another basin, turns to the Holy of Holies, and sprinkles the goat's blood in the same way as he did the bull's blood. He exits, and then he proceeds to sprinkle the blood of the bull and the blood of the goat in turn, or parochet, before the remaining blood in with the goat. Coming to the gold-plated inner altar, he smears the combined blood on the 4 horns of the inner altar, the eastern corner, and then again sprinkles the altar 8 times with the motion. The head makes it to the east of the Athara near the Nicanor gate and makes a final confession on behalf of all the people of Israel to the goat marked for Azazel. For the 3rd and final time, the holy name of God is pronounced. The congregation again worshipful prostration, and the goat begins its long doomed journey into the Judean wilderness. The heat of the day weakened the goats in the way stations with food and water. Simply escorting the goats, this was rarely by Israelite or Azazel, so easily imputed that even one's clothes become invalid, and the escorts must remain in the way station until the end of the Yom Kippur ceremony. The goat is making its journey to the entrance, and limbs of the previous sacrifices are prepared for incineration. A series of real commutes for Azazel has been thrown backward up the mountain, basically to prevent it from coming back. The center of the transfer to it. It Israel has truly interest. In some legends, a red cord to the crowd also miraculously turned white at this very moment. Surely, the high priest breathes a sigh of relief, though delirium of hunger as the heat of its full effect marble the temple. Once the incineration has begun, the high priest makes his way through the arcade for the first time today and reads aloud in response to the specific Torah section ordained work for Yom Kippur. The reading complete, a garment change takes place from linen and golden garments, a ritual immersion, mikvah, and foot washing. Coming to the north side of the Lord, the high priest ordered 2 further rams, but sprinkled it onto the northeast and southwest of the enormous Mizbeach. The rams were further butchered entirely incinerated, and around the second Tamid offering and the Musa offering also become possible. And there is a lot of debate about exactly their time. Regardless, another garment change place from the golden garments in that of clean garments accompanying ritual immersions and foot washing. The high priest enters the Kadosh Kodashim, the Holy of Holies, for the final time of the year, removing the incense followed by another garment change back into the golden garments. Now he afternoon Tamid offering, which is started before the 10th watch of the hands and feet, and by now the sun has sunk in the west, and eyes are turning to the sky. 3 strange storms that will signal the completion of the 10th of Tishri and the end of the month. As night descends, the high priest will run marking the end of the day, and then he will return home and end his fast by breaking bread with festivity with his friends and family. Of course, the sacrifices aren't over. Again, the next morning, those will be the center of the ritual procedures. The outlaw or worship performed by the high priest of Jerusalem is perhaps the most complex that the ritual to end of the day. On behalf of the priestly path, and the entire population of Israel to atone for their sins and renew their covenant relationship with their God, stipulated in His word. It's wondered whether the most profound, inspiring, and staggering prayers of my life. And while it has been observed now in 2,000 years, a basic structure is maintained in the simple prayers under which Jews all Yom Kippur with prayers offered instead of sacrifices. The observance of Yom Kippur today still echo those ancient sacrifices, garments, and ritual purifications in the hopes of atonement for personal and collective sin. Then I'm going to every detail of this ancient ritual, or the extensive phase on the details of history. Of course, the literature of the temple is absolutely fascinating. Constantly here. If you want to learn more about how to afford to develop all instrument of the temple, it's a third nature itself. For breakfast, you will tell the trust until Next time, here's to the wonderful Jewish New Year. To the current Jewish year, they give saying, may we strive to become more until we fall short and thriving to become of ourselves. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge. Thank you for watching our weeks for history, philosophy, and religion. Next, I Kate Israelites in Jerusalem had difficult demons for the access to the site of the Hammam Church was considered the Israelites as being the very temple of their God. Built as a permanent relic of the shrine or the Mishkan, first one King Solomon, rebuilt by Zerubbabel and construction by King Herod, this was on the herald of public a third temple served variously in the upper mythology. The son of the covenant of last earthly the first introduction of prayer from Muslims, the architecture of the Templars and Freemasons, to the last buildings of the Latter Day Saints. The Jerusalem temple has served both theory and evidence as a singular site of sanctity. Do we actually know about these services or avodah performed in the temple? In this episode, I want to explore this question by going into some detail about the ritual performed in the temple on Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, in the Israelite calendar. Indeed, Yom Kippur, as certain channels have pointed out, is turbulent. It is the holiest time, obviously, as a person, a priest, by entering into the holiest place, the holy. What is this truly holy ritual going during the days of the Jerusalem temple? Let's explore just that complex set of rituals. If you're interested in ancient rituals, history, religions, or the occult, be sure to subscribe and check out my other content on topics. Esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work in providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics of esotericism via YouTube, I hope that you consider supporting my work on Patreon or one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really do appreciate the consideration of supporting the channel. Also, if you want to learn how film forms is and learn to how to use all sense of destruction of the temple, make sure to check out Religion for Breakfast, an episode on that topic part of the book. I've been a huge fan of Andrew's work, and he is an inspiration that helped me to start this channel this year ago. So I really want to express my thanks to Religion for providing so much content in episode on Yom Kippur. Now, let's turn to the Jerusalem temple. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane history, philosophy, and religion. Despite the fame of the Jerusalem temple, very little popular attention is paid to daily avodah, worship that occurred within its precincts. This isn't terribly surprising. It's an utterly foreign world to our modern different sensibilities. Indeed, content warning, this episode is going to frequently make mention of animal blood sacrifices from a historical and academic perspective. Despite being extremely, frankly, shocking to sensibilities, the service within the Jerusalem temple was at the center of much of Israelite life. Further, temple worship remains one of the documented religious rituals of the ancient world. Still have very little idea of what went on within the temples of ancient Egypt, Babylon, Greece, or Rome. These traditions seem to have been largely oral and were conducted from priest to priest, without really have been written down. Indeed, they were often very carefully guarded secrets in the conduct of mystery religions, such as the rites of Eleusis or Mythos, or even more the situation with the worship in the Jerusalem temple is awfully well spelled, although by no means simple. Genocide. After a series of rebellions against the Roman colonial Jerusalem temple was destroyed and mass pogroms were carried out against this Jewish population, such that the religious beliefs of the time, Judaism itself, was facing an existential threat. Decided to commit to writing, which was up to that point only transmitted orally. Collection of oral traditions and debates known as the Mishnah and was written around 200 of the Common Era. Two later series of commentaries on this text were also composed and all of themselves around Jerusalem, Palestinian, and Babylonian moments. Want to be turned primarily to Trinity in the Mishnah, which details more ritual and indeed, some of the texts seem to have been composed with the only living memory of having served in the temple was destroyed by the Romans. Now, the text is perfect, and even without the pages of Yoma, there are serious debates about just how many things were to be performed. Even the oracles of the that day aren't totally agreed upon. But we're going to go through a reconstructing the ritual service of the high priest, even with what appears to be the most general shared consensus, and pointing out at least some of these technical aspects of the debates about the performance of the Avodah. Has a very complex origin, and likely at least three different religious rituals come out. A purification ritual for the high priest for entering into the Holy of Holies to commune with the Israelite God, perhaps in an altar state of consciousness or shamanic trance. A day of atonement for the sins of the nation of Israel, and a ritual whereby those sins are transferred to an animal, here a goat, as we'll see, and the animal is dispatched. All three of these rituals are known from other cultures by the composition of the Torah in the 5th century BCE. They seem to have been combined into one day of extreme sanctity and awe. Here we're going to be focusing on how the Yom Kippur rituals would have been carried out sometime in the 1st century of the Common Era, around the life and death of Jesus of Nazareth and the priesthood of Hanukkah, the high priest on the eve of the Great Revolt. Again, while exact details may escape us, let's begin before that of Yom Kippur. 7 days prior to Yom Kippur, the high priest of the Kohen is sequestered to the temple chambers from his family in order to ensure his absolute ritual purity. A high priest is also selected to serve in the case that the actual high priest should die or somehow become otherwise ritually unfit. Even a spare wife is selected for the high priest in case his actual wife should die. Why? He's commanded in the Torah to atone for his entire family and must must have a wife complete that family unit. Thus, if his current wife died, he'll be quickly remarried to complete the ritual atonement. Further, he's sprinkled with the ashes of the sacrificial red heifer to remove any trace of ritual impurity and begins to receive acrobatic required incense offerings and the Holy of Holies. And he also revealed various procedures expected of him of that day. One can't underestimate the stakes of the entire fate of the relationship between the Israelites and their God. At some level depends on his performance of this series of rituals. Or anything. He also inspects the various animals that will be sacrificed that day, with the exception of the sin-bearing goats. He performs some light ritual duties in the temple that week as a kind of warm-up for the day. He further instructed on the central debate of that time period. When is the incense of the Holy of Holies lit? Inside or outside the Holy of Holies? We'll come back to that in a moment, but it's a crucial matter of attention, given that it's literally how the Israelite God manifests the priests. This is no trivial matter. To prevent the possibility of any kind of ritually initiating nocturnal emission, the high priest's diet is restricted the night before the Yom Kippur fast, and he's kept awake all night long, thus prolonging the experience of the 25-hour fast that all capable Israelites must undergo, endure nefesh, or they afflict their souls. Various scriptures are read to him, fingers are snapped as he does his off, and he paces about barefoot on the cold floor of the temple to keep himself alert through the night. At the ashes from the previous day's sacrifices are cleared from the massive altar, the first difference between Yom Kippur and virtually all other days of the year. This sacrificial altar, or the Mizbeach, is truly titanic. Tiers 32 feet tall, on a ramp, and 16 meters or 52 and a half feet square top. As dawn approaches, the temple courtyard is already filled to standing room capacity. From the roof of the temple, priests are looking east for dawn to break, and with the first major illumination, the speaker cries out, Makai. With the illumination of the dawn having reached as far as Hebron, the tomb of the patriarchs, also been built by Herod and architecturally similar to the temple, the day has come, and the first sacrifices begin. The high priest has 40 distinct ritual tasks to complete before the sun sinks in the west, and the clock has started ticking. The Kohen HaGadol undresses himself and ritually immerses in mikvah, the first of 5 immersions, and engages then into the first set of the golden garments, the first of 5 garment changes for the day. The golden garments are the usual ritual attire of the priest during the rest of the year, will be worn while he performs the first tamid, or sacrifice, and informed every day of the year, Yom Kippur. Though usually performed by other priests, today performed by this morning tamid sacrifice includes a lamb with grain mixed with oil, a light mixture offering, and the first step for preparing the enormous golden menorah, which will be lit at the conclusion of the day. Another identical tamid offering will occur later in the afternoon as well. Daily sacrifice completed, the high priest immerses again and changes into the special linen garments for Yom Kippur. Before and after each change of these garments, an additional hand and foot washing is required, resulting in 10 such washings throughout the day. These linen garments are extremely valuable, being procured as far away as Egypt and India. The Mishnah actually notes that both sets of these linen garments worth as much as 8 maneh, or somewhere in the neighborhood of about 280 troy ounces of silver. That's roughly $7 million. eyes, confesses his sins and the sins of his family. During this confession, the other two confessions say, utter the full pronunciation of names that will go first of three such pronunciations that day. Where the ineffable four-letter name of God. This is also the first major record of the miracle. And the name pronounced the entire population of the temple falls completely prostrate. Call this standing room only. The temple relates how the temple itself is stretched in all directions miraculously, warping space itself to accommodate the communal act of prostration and hearing the name. After reciting this confession, the high priest makes his way to the enormous central entrance to the exile of the place, the east-facing Nicanor Gate. This gate is also an important landmark in the mural story attached to it. Nicanor had a giant two-court gate made in Alexandria, and taking them back by sea, a terrible storm descended before the ship. In desperation, the sailor threw one of the comfortables into the sea, and in horror, Nicanor lashed himself to the other door, and they cast him into the sea as well, just like the door. Just then, the storm abated, and the sea calmed. Living at the port of Akko, Nicanor was despondent until the other enormous covered door was offered while shut right beside the cargo ship. So now, they're recklessly floating over the ship against the tide. While the other gates of the temple of golden congregates of the Nicanor Gate were never replaced with a beautiful. Here, the high priest is flanked attendants and his deputy ox to draw one ox or two goats. One will reads for Adonai, for Hashem, reads for God, and the other reads for Azazel, perhaps an ancient statement. Temple that day, and the other, the one for Azazel, bearing the sins of the entire temple of Israel, a famed scapegoat, will be led a dozen or so miles into the Judean wilderness, cast in the tearing into shreds. The blood selected to go for Adonai or Hashem is selected, and a second confession made by the priest on behalf of the priestly caste of the rule from earlier. Again, the ineffable name of God is pronounced, and the entire congregation falls to their faith and worship as the bull is slaughtered, blood captured, and so the goat for Azazel has a red string attached to its horns is led away to be released later. The high priest now ascends the giant altar or Mizbeach in preparation for the most physically complex aspect of the day's ceremony. Using a shovel, take some of the inner portion of the hummus and must then collect 2 handfuls of incense. This is difficult because both hands must hold the incense, while the shovel of coals must be either held in the teeth or under the armpit, without any of the coals being dropped in the next crucial journey. The incense and the coals collected, he now walks down the radiators into the use now. Blowing the whole there's a golden virgin or foundation stone, which is about 3 fingers breadth from the ground. The same today in the rock and as the noble rock. We place the whole pan down and ignite the itself. The formula was long held at the Antiques family before briefly uttering prayer as the room began to fill and the smoke of the incense. When the ark was perfect, the second priest the chariot rail of the ark. It's also said that he was sometimes attached to his leg, such that if he arrived out of the Holy Place, and perhaps been struck down by wrath, with the instance of made, he exits the way to came backwards in reverence. This is the first of 4 visitations to the Holy of Holies throughout the day of Yom Kippur. When the high priest returns to the Chal or Holy Place, he takes up the basin of full blood, which has a beneficial stir to prevent it from radiating, and he re-enters the Holy of Holies to sprinkle the blood and with motion 8 times, upwards and 7 times downwards. Once complete, he returns to the Nicanor gate. He slaughters the goat for Adonai, catches its blood in the basin. He returns to the Holy of Holies a 3rd time and sprinkles the goat's blood just in the same way as he did the bull's blood. He exits and he proceeds to sprinkle the blood of the bull and then the blood of the goat and turn onto the outer curtain that pouring the remaining bull's blood in with the goat's blood. Completed inner altar in the hexagonal, he smeared the combined blood on the corners of the inner altar, starting with the third corner, and then sprinkles the altar 8 times in a with motion, leaving the hexagonal way to the east of the Azarah near the Nicanor gate. It makes a confession on behalf of all the people of Israel onto the goat for Azazel. For the 3rd and final time, the holy name of God is pronounced. The congregation falls again in worship demonstration, and the goat for Azazel takes its long journey into the Judean wilderness. The heat of the day could weaken the goat, so there are 10 way stations with food and water. Simply escorting the goat, this was rarely performed by an Israelite, for Azazel renders one so impure that even one's clothes become melted, and the escorts must remain in the waist until the end of the ceremonies. While the goat is journey, the entrails and limbs of the previous sacrifices are prepared for incineration. A series of relay flags from the wilderness to the edge of the goat for Azazel has thrown backwards off the mountain, basically to prevent it from coming back. All the sins that have been transferred to it. At that moment, the previous bull and goat for Hashem are incinerated. This was a moment where the mood in the crowd shifts from pensive expectation to ecstatic joy. Atonement for Israel has truly begun in earnest. Some legends were visible to the crowd also miraculously turned white at this moment. Surely the high priest breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, the delirium of hunger as the heat of the day comes into full effect. The shining marble of the temple. Veneration has begun. The high priest makes his way through the Nicanor gate for the first time and reads aloud specific Torah sections detailing the worship for Yom Kippur. With the reading complete, another Torah change takes place, leading to a second set of golden garments with the ritual and foot washing coming to the north side of the large altar or mizbeach. The high 2 further rams, gathered their blood and sprinkled it to the northeast and southwest corners of the enormous Mizbeach. The rams are further butchered, entirely executed, and around now the second Tamid offering, the Musaf offering, and there is a lot of debate in the Mishnah about exactly their timing. Regardless, another garment change takes place from the golden garments into another set of accompanying ritual immersions and foot washing. The high priest now enters the Holy of Holies for the final time of the year, by another garment back into the golden garments. Now he may complete the afternoon Tamid offering, which is started, before a final 10th washing of the hands and feet. And by now, the sun has sunk in the west, and eyes are turning to the sky, looking for shining stars. That will signal the completion of the 10th of Tishrei and the end of Yom Kippur. As night descends, the high priest will light the grand golden menorah, marking the day, and then he will return home his fast by breaking it with great festivity with his friends and family. Of course, the sacrifices are over again and again the next morning. The centerpiece of the ritual procedures. The avodah, or worship performed by the high priest in the Temple of Jerusalem, was perhaps one of the most complex set of rituals known to us from the ancient world. It was meant to intercede on behalf of the high priest, the priestly caste, and the entire population of Israel to atone for their sins and renew with their God as in the Torah. Thus, wonder is one of the most profound, inspiring, and ecstatic rituals in the yearly cycle of Israel. And while it must be observed now for nearly 2,000 years, the basic structure is retained. The cycle of prayers uttered by Jews all the way before with the prayers over and the stand of sacrifices. The observance of Yom Kippur today is still an echo of those ancient sacrifices, experience, and ritual purifications in the hopes of atonement for personal and collective sin. Of course, never go into every detail of this elaborate ancient ritual, or the extensive debates on the details of large and small, found both in the Mishnah and Talmud. If you really want to know these questions, you would do it the same way that I did with this history, like carefully studying and trying to young Mishnah, along with the more viewing of the Court. Find both of these texts online at Safari on the links below for them. You can study them both in Hebrew, Aramaic, and English. Further important text to learn about the general history of the temple is the handily and simply illustrated elements involved in the history. Of course, the literature on the temple is absolutely vast, and I can't comfortably cover all of it here. Again, if you want to learn more about how Yom Kippur to build for construction in the temple and how it's observed now, make sure to check out the over at Village for breakfast. Make sure to have a picture of us at 5. Until next time, here's to wishing everyone a wonderful Jewish year. May 782, the current Jewish year, be here for your sake. And may we all strive to become more holy, caring people, atoning for where we fall short, arriving through the best version of ourselves. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane and history, philosophy, Madison Square Garden. We are coming back to beautiful New York City, August 16th. This is your chance. On the horns, we have a leprechaun that we found on some entrance day. We kept him. He's on the violin. Jake Kennedy, everybody is saying. Wow. One of the Kennedys, hopefully he gets shot in the head by the end of the episode. How about Hamburger Big Mike Gonzalez on the electric guitar, John Hayes on the keys, and this is indeed the one and only live in the flesh, the great and powerful Dean Magnus on the music. It's the #1 live podcast in the world, soon to be an Emmy-nominated television show. Brought to you by Blue Nile, Toad Space, Voodoo Ranger, and ZipRecruiter. How exciting is this? And we get started just a little bit more volume. These experts will make tonight's episode. This podcast is Sunday the 11th is the day for all the ones in their lives to show them how much you care. This year, for a gift that ignites your smile would be even triggers a gift here. A special piece of jewelry. Nile.com. Not reading her approved. That's Blue Nile. Amazing jewelry at Blue Nile. Graded diamonds and fine jewelry prices below your expectations. As the original since that day, money comes to the Blue Nile purchase. It's some of the highest standards in the jewelry industry. Gifts will stay as every Blue Nile order is insured to have what's inside. And in most cases, you don't know overnight. And with buyers reports, Blue Nile also offers 30-day returns and a $1 price match guarantee. Treat mom right this Mother's Day. Easy shopping Blue Nile, the original on shoulder. Today. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking episode or what? Alright, every single week I focus with the funniest best in the world this week. Friend, ladies and gentlemen, turning into two of my favorites. This is a mixture of chemistry of two hilarious comedians that are willing to tribute themselves on the show. The fun. We're going to have a blast. One of the record holders for all time appearances as a guest on the show. give you the fist. They're actually racist. Like a Puerto Rican and black guy. This is
right in the audience. Lewis, truly, I do believe we have the record now for sure. I think
so. It's 20 some odd appearances. Show when it was in the comedy store, 20, 30 people in the crowd. Look at this shit.
I believe not only does he have the record for appearances on the show, he also has the record for watch. Glanced through for the first time. I glanced through the library today, and it's amazing how famous some of these episodes are watched. I noticed a direct correlation. You us only getting like a couple 100,000 views. 4,200,000.
Well, I'm shadow banned for most platforms.
Well,
that's it.
That's it. And you know what? I have no regrets because, contrary to popular belief, I clearly love freaking garbage. Here it is. Any of the fucking media outlets he seems to really love this guy, Kim Congdon.
Puerto Ricans on the planet.
Yeah. Meanwhile, they called me racist. Here, propping you up while you cost millions of views every time I have an episode. You guys know how it works, clearly. All-time appearances, but I'm going to remind everybody here anyway about 300 human beings. People that could anything that fucking happened here. And they signed up for the chance. 60 seconds on this stage, you know their time is up. That means they have to wrap it up then, or they bring out the angry West Hollywood gas station. The first one. Just, so, Jesus. We go wrangle that person from next door, and while we do that, while we get our first bucket full at night, ladies and gentlemen, I'm bringing to the stage one of the finest characters in the history of the show to get us started tonight. This is America's favorite oldest guy out on the Killers of Kill Tony. We're having some review crushing it. Old soul. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is a brief minute from David Charlie.
How you doing tonight, white people in Puerto Rico? I don't like the way they treat women in the media. Like, you can't be a president and shit. I was raised by a strong black woman. What man can do it. Yeah, bitches, I'm talking about y'all. Real faith it. Bitches read and write. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? The sad part about it is, I don't think we ever gonna see a female president unless that bitch is straight. Them good old boys, the bitch in office. You gotta have a dog in the fight. Like, hey, forget where you come from. That's how they do us. I get it. They had to have a dog in the fight. We were the Jets and Jackson. They was like, be fucking for real. Get this old shit, man. Get the fuck out of here. Before we change our mind. Got Caitlyn Jenner. You know what I mean? You is around the back of shit, slapping your kneecap, like, throw it over your shoulder. Hell yeah, that's my type.
Yeah. David, welcome back to the show.
Hey, it's always great to be here, man.
I've some jokes that I have some beef with your setups. You said that the media said that a woman can't be president. The media is the only thing that says that a woman.
Hey, I used, well, you know, shit, I fucked up. You know what I mean? The media, the people.
Seal Mayor, we've had this awkward talks in the green room. I told you to stop them. Rogan walk back in. Want you to work at the city, Lemaire. To save you. Yeah, she was a locked up people who look like you for having a gram of weed. She would lock up those for spilling it on TV if she was.
For a woman, tell you that.
Look, I like them. We just gotta wait for the right one. And I like their premise. I like the whole fucking thing we got going there.
Yeah, appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just, you know what I mean?
It's like any opportunity that's worth having, and then we found one there. Because there'd be a lot more ways before the end of the day. David, you know, I never really get to ask you about your personal life. Do you, what's your living situation? You live by yourself. You stay by yourself. It's
It's a two-bedroom.
got the whole place to yourself.
That'd be a butt ass.
And you have a couch and a TV.
Right now,
I like it. You have a sound system. If you had to speak on behalf of all African Americans on why it's close to home, something. If you had to speak on behalf of all African Americans on why it is that the smoke detector goes unnoticed when you people, when I say you people, I fucking mean you people. Let there be no confusion here.
yeah.
I ain't say anything bad.
Speech and your overall demeanor. I was like, I only suck at dick to refuse a UTI. Like, I don't know how many times it's for you to tell somebody to stop sticking a finger in your asshole till they stop doing it. But it's not forward. Every time I get slapped in the face during sex, I think the exact same thing. I'm like, I don't know if she thought that was okay. Good, okay.
You're set, huh? With just a hard head nod.
Full eye contact. I didn't know what else to do. Okay.
All right. You could have been like, that's it.
That's it, guys.
All right. There she is. How long have you been doing stand-up, Trish?
It'll be years now.
8 years. You've been on the show once. What did we find out? What was the highlight of your interview last time?
The highlight of the interview was that I was making paintings of myself acrylically on the toilet to sell at comedy shows.
Okay. How much will one go for? Someone smart for president, everybody. Black Friday.
I had a black.
Let's get back to the sound bowl. Everybody. All right.
Red looks like you're a barber.
Okay, all right. Look what happens when you talk.
No, that's a compliment.
Okay. All right. I'm sure the internet's dying. Let's find out after all. What is a black barber?
I have like a fresh shave.
Disgusting. What are you talking, Trish? I've never seen criminal worse than that. It's unbelievable. He's like crawling in the fucking sewer today. What are you talking about? Boys, you're disgusting. Trying to talk. You're not in shape for podcasting time. Literally, there's all these buttons. Turn up your fucking volume and hit a fucking. There you go. Hit anything. Try it. All right, there you go. Okay. Stick with that. Trish. Tell us what's been going on with your life since the last time we saw you.
Well, it's been a year now. Adam that's how we get started. It was free, and then I accidentally invited a homeless musician and adopted him, and he destroyed it. I had to call, listen, this guy brought a dog, like all this stuff. And he thought it was very funny, so that's how that.
He didn't. Let me just.
Please.
There's no way we even talked about this. He was being a nice guy, giving you a good tour. There's no way he thought of this funny. There's a 0% he laughed at you because he's like being fucking dead. I mean, that would be crazy. What made you invite a homeless man with a dog into the hotel room? And it was nice enough to.
Well, he was living across the street. I was like, all right, take a shower. And then it was like, all right, you could do laundry. And then one day he like tried to have sex with me. And as a joke, I was like, what's your STD status? And he said, it would be an honor to die with you. And then I was like, like, you have to go, right?
Funnier than you. Yeah. I'd love to hear his version of the story. I would like this homeless chick when you stay in her hotel room.
I'm afraid to say it, but your mustache kind of looks like a
okay.
My mustache is covered in shit right now, just so you know.
I'll pay you later and sell it.
Okay, this is getting weird.
Stop trying to. The panel tonight. It's not your roasting. Very, very, very. They're like compliment.
Would you like me to compliment you?
Okay. Good one, Trish.
No,
Let's just move forward.
I was going to say, how does it feel to be the reference photo for John Waters' plastic surgeon?
Jesus fucking Christ. It's literally fucking nobody. Of 300 fucking people, nobody. Years of experience. I tell you to roasting the panel, you're like, how about one more? How about that? Reference from 1960 something. Fresh. God, this fucking Jesus Christ. I can already tell how fucking tonight's gonna go. So,
much that you're just like, I want to talk about it, and I don't know how.
Yeah. You got a girlfriend, and I.
Oh, really? You do?
Yeah. So I understand totally what you're talking about.
Yeah. I did it last night. I jumped on a lot of stuff. Lemaire, when did you have a girlfriend?
I was for back in like Pennsylvania, something like that.
Okay, so, yeah, and you had a girlfriend. How did she die?
She had pancreatitis, a very avoidable disease. You're a black lady.
And then what happened? She just got sick that day.
After 2 weeks,
She laid around with pancreatitis for 2 weeks.
she went to the hospital and they kept sending her back. They're like, that's not what you got.
Oh my God! Sorry.
It's okay. She's been moving away from me. She's not her friend at all. Fuck that guy.
Mine wasn't going.
I also want to drugs if I had to hang out with you.
It is. Your standing on Netflix has anything to do with your friend overdosing on ketamine. Netflix is like a popular term where you do watch TV. Wow. You ever done that?
I haven't done it.
Yeah. It seems like 2 ways fucking or 2 ways you switch. One of your least favorite things to do. Anyway. Sorry about your friend. It seems to be weighing heavy on you. Those jokes. I'm sure your friend is looking up at you right now while and roasting it. Roasting better than you. Thank you. So there she goes. She's got a good sense of humor. Relax, people. She's been doing it for years. She's like, Tony's so mean to his friend died. Fuck you. She said I looked like a John Waters thing or something. Jesus Christ. How about one more roast? You look like John Waters something. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is affordable and in-network with most insurance providers. If you have most insured members on a $0 copay.
That's right, Tony. Talkspace, the leading personal therapy for fire, makes you easy, accessible, and affordable. Talkspace are providing some of the best mental health treatment out there.
Yeah, I mean, we see. You can easily sign up online and get a licensed provider. That's right, fit for your needs. But within 8 hours, you can also switch providers at no extra cost. Talkspace makes getting help convenient because you can take your privacy in your own home. Talk it out between sessions by sending messages to your therapist. As a listener to this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month with Talkspace. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter space 0. To match with licensed therapists today, go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter space 0. To get 80 off your first month and choose support for the show. Talkspace.com/Tony. Promo code space 0. This podcast is sponsored by in a recent employer survey, 77% of employers plan to expand headcount in 2025. That's a lot of time spent hiring. You're one of these employers who's ramping hiring. This latest features have been through into your hiring plan. It's you post jobs today and talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. This fall does most of the work. Right now, you can try for free.
Recruiter is the hiring site. Internal candidates who empower you quickly access excellent candidates for your job via back-to-back video. You simply pick a time and internal does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. You want to talk to me, the great people, as soon as the next day. It's amazing.
It sounds so easy. Time hiring
5 tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, as you see anything about this person's either could have died today. Her body is still warm. Everybody. Shit. When you see yourself in 5 years, you're gonna like play in front of another motherfucker asking me when do I see myself in 5 years, baby. I can see you maybe today. They come into the office 8 a.m. ready to go, energized, hot one cocaine. Man, don't come into the office and have all cocaine and coffee. I'm 15 minutes with them. Bitch, like the sound of wavelengths. I understand it, man. I should have come into the office. First thing I hear, hey Marvin, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to put in this order, print those candles, fax them, email it to me. Communicate to fill this application in the package, redo the requisitions, coordinate the taxi terms. I'm with Flanagan. I'm going to be late to Friday's meeting. Middle. It's a filing cabinet Alpha, but inventory. I need you to take up the time on that. Yours. You need John, okay? And I'm high. Let me get a pen real quick. Marvin is very recently, am I correct, Marvin? Yeah, man. It's about shit. Like the first night of the crazy Super Bowl pools and stuff. You know, I got called the very next week. But I was really heartbreaking. I was like, my shit like it just got myself. Here you are. God, you and Red Man, so I'm mad. I'm mad. And I'm playing so see what the time she's on. What was one of the most things I was ordered down, but I don't eat rice or beans. I don't just come anything like that. I eat a lot, but I say I eat Puerto Rican natives, for instance. It means that my people are also here before everyone's and got rated well, and this is why life is around. I find it so interesting when a culture tries to make themselves effective. No, it wasn't. I want to know more about exactly what you know. I really know the bitch you go with. Sir, I see your Puerto Rican correspondent. Yeah, I was the original shakers were these stuff. Just trying to get a let me see that tattoo again. last week. Last time I was weird as shit. So I'm gonna be at least positive weird today. Okay. You're still in it right now, so be careful because there's nothing in here you can do to talk about how weird it could be right now in the interview. Oh, there it is. Fucking dirt crusher. Alright, Marvin. Tell me something crazy about your life that I didn't find out last time. You had some time to think about it. Yeah. So you can think about it. You finished new wrestling. Right back here. So like tits. Okay. You like the legit or something? Did you hear me? It'd be like a Hardy Boy. What do you think about this? Yeah, it was like doing this shit. Playground, so I got to jump off that little hut house. I don't just want to talk over that shit. Really go to the concrete. Before you lose hairs on your arm and shit. Okay, all right. People are related down there. A party essay. Lemaire will now swallow the glove in one. There you go. Shove it in that. All right, Marvin. You know joke books, right? Last time, yeah. That's right. Very amazing. Yeah. You did the trick where you talked really fast. The tricks. You've been doing it 14 years. Yeah. You know that it's great based on principle, not exactly because it's like anybody could memorize. Here you go. Yeah. There it is. Marvin is. Hey. A silent crowd like trick. That's an old trick. Haven't it happened any? What? I will be invited to the secret. Pair of tits. Red band books in a very specific way. This looks like a new. R.J. McKeegan. I signed up for about a month ago, and I met this chick on there, and she was a big Texas Longhorn fan. So we went to the basketball game together, and she said, hook 'em horns. So at the end of the night, I fucked her in the butt, and I took her, and I was like, hook 'em horns. But I like hot chicks. But, you know, I like hot chicks, but I have a twin brother, and his name is Tommy, and when I go to bars, I meet a hot chick. I say, oh, hey, Queen. Oh, I like your hair. Your tits feel so good. And we become best friends. And at the end of the night, I tell them, I want to see my peace. I don't have anywhere to stay. They let me come back with them. Because I'm gay and I won't try anything. And they get back to their house with a bunch of shots. And then RJ comes up to me and I fuck the living shit out of them. Gomez, I can't even look at you right now. Lewis. I'm Irish, Tony. Can I? Okay, Lemaire. Thank you. Let's talk about it. That's what this show's all about, all different sizes. For the first time tonight, just tons of police. Hey, Tony, I'm only getting one day, okay? So, what? So you guys have the same fucking voice. Yeah. Actually, shaped like me, so it's more embarrassing for him. RJ, were you raised by women? Why do you sound like that? I'm from Seattle. Okay, what else? Do you see your brother when you look in the mirror? to pick up women. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy? So how long have you been doing it, you fucking retard? So I just got divorced. My ex-wife was a weekend. RJ, you've been on stand-up comedy. 1 month. 1 month. How often have you done it? You do it once a week? I've done it like 3 weeks I've been here. I've done it 10 times. So okay. And you thought you were ready for this? I think I am. Okay. Wow. Okay. How old are you, RJ? I'm 39. 39. What do you do for work? I own a trailer rental company in Nebraska. Okay. I used to own a big trucking company, but I worked 7 hours a week. It was too much for me. So I quit that. I met some rich motherfuckers in Nebraska. I started a trailer rental company with me.
Watch out the black set on motherfuckers. Yeah, is it because they're related to you? I don't
Exactly. Yeah, we're all related. Blacks and Irish are like the same, same race, No. Why? How? What do you mean? What do you mean? If you're going to say that, you have to follow it up with a fucking thing. Okay, so I was watching this World War II documentary the other week. So you know about the blacks versus the Irish. I couldn't believe Hitler was going to put the Nazis or the Irish the race, and I was like, what the fuck? No one's ever played in the Irish before. And the British, they treated us like shit for thousands of years. So when the Nazis were fighting the British, I was like to the fucking Nazis. I was like, you on.
Boo Nazis, but up the
Has somebody told you that you're funny ever? Anything like that? What exactly? This is like my man trying to get me and me. What are you doing in this industry? Okay, well, I got a team from my ex-wife divorcing, so I moved here. Okay, let's stop right there. Your ex-wife may have been onto something. Yeah. Okay, well, she was a redhead. You know what a redhead wife gets you? You're a successful businessman. Lots of anal mistakes. The first year of her marriage, RJ, get the fuck out of here. RJ, no handshakes. Go. Touch people. The fucking consolation prize. Lucas J. So it is. It's part of the show. That's we love it. Look at this trying to go in between tables to get back to his seat. There's not really the path to take. Hell yeah. I love it. No, you're good. I love it. Everyone's retarded tonight. This podcast is sponsored by Beer Rippers. Guess what? The best beer on the market just got a whole lot better. Beer Rippers are really good. Rangers Highly Drinkable Juice Force IPA. Or Force IPA. These cans are drinkable by 9.5% alcohol. Great for moderation storage. It's beer stay cool. It's a 10 out of 10 for me, Tony. Well, sounds like we have that's right, great band from here. Ranger mini members of the two beverages start. Cans pack that out. There's nothing worse than drinking a few months really like you get over bread. So you buy Ranger.com. Podcast is food. It's like Mother's Best. Sunday, the 11th of May. For all the moms in our lives, show them how much we care. It's here for a gift that includes a smile and maybe a few tears. But especially .com. Not a regular brand. That's Blue Nile. Amazing. Blue Nile. Like thousands of graded diamonds and He's made the style of the classic tennis bracelet. And more about it's well, Niles are so great. So wait 24/7 or chat and text next to bunch of friends. How do you find it easier? Well, it's such a piece. It's so easy to purchase amazing children. I think I'll give your mom a hard time in this mother's life. It's so nice. It's so thoughtful, right, man? State every email order is shipped in a web. In most cases, I'm not already doing a virus was 30-day returns and a diamond price match guarantee. So treat onboarding this Thursday. It's shocking. What's up, bitches? Talking about the weekend here. This fucking sausage fest. This is cool. Are you from Austin? The most boring fucking people you've ever been in your goddamn life. The city makes me want to kill myself. I would have already drowned myself in Lady Bird Lake before I looked around. Anybody that finds my dead body should see this dude that's a gay one. Hey, it's like it's one of the full on queers. He's fucking face now. Look at him. Thank God it's so bad. This place is fucking bright. Jesus. So many ugly people. It's a very Austin crowd. You know what I mean? It's a very diverse crowd. I've seen so many different kinds of white people in my life. Like I said, someone my name's Matt Sargent. Alright, Matt Sargent. There's some extra stuff that doesn't even make sense. You know, good jokes. I don't know why you're acknowledging the way that you're literally this is a black Puerto Rican, black Mexican, 3 Mexicans, black, super white, black, there's a green guy, there's a fucking illegal immigrant right in front of you. I can see this dad, so it's okay. He's Mexican. Is his dad legal? Don't make jokes. Mexicans everywhere. There's so many women in the crowd. These women are 14 women here. Unique stuff. Talk about the lightning. I'm nervous. Yeah. You don't have to be. Look at your hair. God, I was so mad. How can you be nervous about the hair like that? It's absolutely incredible. Putting hair on top of her head and then go on my eyes. Just sort of think it's like, hey, did she move it? Absolutely not. Nice build. I'm glad to this for nobody except Mr. Tony Hitchcock. What are you into exactly? I got real so bummed when you came out and called him the sausage fist with a amount of women in the audience. Yeah, I just thought it was kind of an easy chat. I see a lot of glasses in here attracted to a lot of weird you know how to sing? Do you know how to do something other than stand up comedy until it's dying? I can trick off on cocaine very well. You do a lot of cocaine? I don't know why. Just almost every other time you took like gooning, so yeah. You know what that is. There's no way you know. Every other time it ends up what? It ends up gooning. Gooning? You know, I've never heard of it. I don't know what it means, so why don't you explain it? Shut up. You know what it means? Is everybody you know what makes what attitude on this guy? Are you gonna explain it now that I say you know what it is 5 times? Correction, fucking tonight so far. It's still just me being nervous. I don't know what it's about. Oh, I'm nervous. Maybe I'm nervous too. You ever think that maybe you're doing over 750 episodes that everybody watches and I'm going to cover everything? I'm fucking nervous. Can I use that excuse? You fucking pussy. Your microphone's cold. You know what I mean? How is it going to be original? How is it not nervous? It's a fucking people. What's it going to do? But fucking original because people leave it. People walking out. This is what I'm ready for. What do you think about me acknowledging the pressure on me? You ever it's your break tonight, why is the place filled with blacks? Alright, Matt, tell us about your life. What makes you different? What's happened to you? That's such a good question. He fucking said you are correct. For anybody else. I don't know, like I dropped out of college and then I went to tech school and then now I'm here, you know what I mean? How do you make money? I sell booze. I don't think I should say where I sell booze at. You sell booze? Not selling booze. It's a bar. It's not a bar, it's a booze store. It's like a high-end booze. Okay. I'm sorry, I got kind of late. I boots. It was a pick. I'm with Lewis on this. I had some booze ahead of it. I went booze. Turns out it was booze. I'm learning how to you sell. All right. Maybe you know, 8 months. So you're selling. Absolutely. Sometimes it's famous people. Yeah, that's a good point, Lemaire. All right. So make some things. Here I come. I'm good. Oh, how? Settle down. Get over here. Get crazy whore. Buddy. Hey, you know where I can find some boots around here? Well, you run this forest in this bookstore. I figured you knew. A lot of fucking attitude from you, bro. Seems like you can nothing to complain and find the names and everything. Which size shoe are you talking? 14. There's no goddamn way you're size 14, Tony. There's no way. I've seen people size Shaquille O'Neal size 12 double E. There's no way you're 14. Oh, well, let's just say me and my horse have something. Buster. Anyway, since you want to argue about the stimulus, can you sell me something? More expensive the bigger they are? It's all you know. More comedy. So, do you have any boots available? And that's why he's supposed to. What store is that? can you grab this mic? Great place for us. All right, let's change the tone in this a little bit. Let's get veteran of the game here, an absolute superstar. This is Cam. Yeah. I learned something about myself recently. I said, that's not a good thing for me. One of my cousins wedding this weekend, and I touched out the maid of honor. She deserved it though, because I didn't understand something about my cousin's wedding. All the groomsmen were my cousins and my friends my whole life, right? And I think anything I would ever want, I could really get into it. So we started eating and stuff like that. I want to go talk to my cousins. And the bridesmaids table, right? And the maid of honor called me. She's like, hey, can you come here real quick? We're all over here. So can you come back later? And I was very confused. So I said, respectfully, with a fat bitch around somewhere. She came out and she was like, who the fuck is he? And I went, bitch, who this shit ever seen? And then I walked outside. I was like, hell yeah. Make sure I was Googleable first, right? So Google myself. Yeah, the second one, passing the worst comedian at all time. I said, what? Bitch, don't Google. And I found it was kind of it was pretty stupid because that bitch it pissed me the fuck off. It really made me angry. Yeah, because I'm calling folks. People get out of the wedding. She was tripping. What do you do with bitch? What? Right. I mean, it's like some weddings. Some weddings. It's like, I don't even know what it's like. It makes sense. Yeah. Now, what is another one? Say you. So, why do you use smoke detectors need to be replaced? This is trying to find out in this episode. We're trying to solve the world's problems. Why do you think you are creepy and everyone else hears the smoke detector going off? Oh no. Can you repeat that? That one more time. You don't need a smoke detector for real. You don't need one. Okay, so so good. You know what I'm saying? It's genius. It's the reason. I just had to take you through my own fireworks. Tony, solving the world's issues absolutely incredible. So, you're kicking out me. Normally, things people warn you, they get all worked out, they get some drinks in them, right? Oh, was there an opening word? Yeah. So, what happened? Did you notice people sneaking away and different? Okay. Your auntie is like all procrastinating. Oh, shit. Yeah. It's also a way with Italian white trash. Where my mom and my oldest sister work at the same time. I am an uncle to a niece that I'm 2 months older than. This is reality. Strong neighborhood benefits by going to join.com/Tony. That's joilt.com/Tony. So they know you sent you join.com/Tony to sign up and build today. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Open. You know, if you're running a business, you know that you're leaving money on the table. But every consumer conversation matters. You need a phone system that keeps them and helps you stay connected. That's why you need Open Phone. Open Phone is the #1 business phone system that's shooting lines and scales your consumer communications. It works through an app on your phone or computer, so no more carrying two phones or using a landline. It's the business phone system. Your team can share one number and collaborate on customer calls and texts like a shared inbox. That way, any teammate can pick up right where the person left off, keeping response times faster than ever. Plus, with AI-powered transcripts and summaries, you'll be able to automate follow-ups, ensuring you never miss a customer interaction again. So whether you're a one-person operation drowning calls and texts, a large team that needs better collaboration tools, OpenPhone is a no-brainer. See why over 50,000 businesses trust OpenPhone to manage their businesses' calls and texts. OpenPhone is offering our listeners 20% off your first 6 months at openphone.com/Tony. That's OpenPhone.com/Tony. And if you have existing numbers with another service, OpenPhone, no extra charge. OpenPhone, no missed calls, no missed calls. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. When you think about businesses that are selling through the roof or lower skins, you think about a big brand really marketing. One secret is actually the businesses behind the business making selling shoppers buy you stuff from millions of businesses. That business is Shopify. And do you know that you are selling better than Shopify? It's the best tool around to help your business. So the not-so-secret is Shopify that these conversions up to 50%, meaning way less funds being advantage, way more sales. So if you're growing your business, your company's platform better be ready to sell wherever your customers are scrolling, and everywhere in between. Businesses that sell more sell on Shopify. Upgrade your business and get the same checkout that Skims uses. Sign up for your $1 per month trial period at Shopify.com/Tony. All lowercase, Shopify.com/Tony to upgrade your selling today. Shopify.com/Tony. Matt Reeves. Reeves. What's up, guys? Is he? My buddy seems like orange chicken. Laser called made by a couple Mexicans. It's true. Like 30 of my cousins in the Panda Express right now. I'm Mexican. Makes me sick of me though, bro. Sick of me, big butterface guy. Y'all remember butterfaces? Nice butterface. Not really today. All I see here nowadays is get butter apples. Butter about that. Everything's nice about it. Butter apples. Yeah, that's what the other day I was like, what the fuck is this? I thought God was testing me. I was like, this is Old Testament scripture? He was supposed to kill it right now. I didn't know what to do. Yeah, I was kind of turned on. I'm not gonna lie, dude. This bitch was 6 foot. Looked like Kim Kardashian, but her head was like the size of my kneecap. It's like, damn, girl, got 3 ACLs. Because he's down there. Shit. I like it. Orange chicken. What? Fuck yeah. Silence for it's a each other. How do you guys know each other? He loves orange. He's wildly on Asian. You absolutely Asian eyes. No Asian, and you can see. I got a little Japanese in me.
I get some raps and stuff. And the raps for stuff once. You sure got it? You're not grown up when you smoke rolling papers. Oh, so much. I didn't do as well as I would have done. So I blame the other comedians for there's a lot of fucking stuff. Scrub. It's a real thing. Said that brother was guy that said there's 14 really fast and see the parts of how you do what you look like. But glasses that are wearing. So it's I can't see, but I know what's going on out there. And then there's jokes I leave it on stand up. 3 years. You go on, go right here. Slide it next. To do that over just like a joke different. Sometimes you try a different delivery system. Sometimes I've tried it multiple times. That's my favorite. I thought I didn't know it. It's a really big joke. Just totally positive, but there's yeah. Yeah, I know what you're doing. Yeah, exactly. What else have you been talking about on stage lately? From like premises? The trans women are crazy, man. Interesting. Everybody loves talking about trans women. It's a very, very compelling subject. It's like your best friend can be a trans woman that's things family. You can be a home. You're a home connection. You got chances. Holy fuck. Yeah. What do you do for fun versus hobbies? I like to play baseball. You play baseball? I did growing up. I'm an adult. What you play baseball for? That's what I'm saying. That's what I just do. When's the last time you played baseball? Like, how do you go to the city? Do you do anything? I go to bars, I guess. Chicks at bars. You talk to chicks. What's your line? I just tell my girlfriend nature. They're like, oh, that's the trip. That doesn't make any sense. Seriously, like when you're at a bar talking to chicks, like what do you say? Yeah, no, hello, depends on where we're at. Pretend to what is earlier to get you at a bar. Yeah, I'm gonna come up on my hold on, I'm coming up to the bar. Here I come. Hold on a second. Here I come. Here I come. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Oh, Lord. These last 14s are hurting tonight. Can't wait to get myself a nice sarsaparilla and cut and chill out. Oh, howdy, boy. How you doing, reporter? Good, good. You mind, a guy like me just want to know what your time was? I'm that's a Scorpio, you a little spicy. I am. Oh, yeah. I don't know how you guessed that. Oh, wow. You want to start? Hey, what do you say we jump back on my horse? That was the gayest shit I ever done. Come on. Okay. I was surprised I had it in. You're kind of a study. Life, man. Man. There. Okay, please. Fucking interview me, man. Here we go. Jesus Christ. years, 3 years in. Oh, wow, that's pretty fucking deep. That was deep. Like a lot of money deep.
And how much do you lose?
Fuck, bro. Like probably like $50,000.
And imagine
Victims of here.
working at a smoke shop.
Some victims. Like, I've been there.
Working at a smoke shop, that's going to take a long time.
Absolutely. You didn't take advantage of that Biden shit. Like, they just threw it all away.
Yeah, I totally did that.
Well, I figure if they just got $40,000. I always hear those stories from like white people. That's crazy. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, maybe you can just show them your eyes. Matt, you've been on this show before. What kind of joke book did you get?
I got a small one.
You know what, Matt? Just because it's a good interview on Orange Chicken, you're the first good chicken book of the night, buddy. Congratulations. Orange Chicken, Matt Rivas, ladies and gentlemen. And onward we go. You guys having a good time out there? How many of you like it when comedians do good on this show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on this show? Well, then you must be having a good old time. Ladies and gentlemen, your next fucking book goes by the name of Tim Stifler, everybody. Tim Stifler. Tim, everyone. Make some noise for Tim, everybody. Tim Stifler. Right. Oh, you're clapping for yourself. I've literally never seen that before. That's incredible. That's what we see. Little did I know that it was even possible. I thought I'd seen it all. And then I turned around and you're on someone and grabbed the ribbon the whole time. Tim, how long have you been on Sam?
Just a little over 2 years.
A little over 2 years.
Starting to for 9 months. Here for the past.
How long have you lived here? Okay. What do you do for work?
So I was in advertising and then I got done now, but I'm starting to go
Years ago for the Arrow Company.
relations.
That's smart. Thanks. That's a great way to do it.
Yeah, it's called the Sunset Strip.
Oh, brilliant marketing. Brilliant marketing.
Yeah, don't do it. I just feel like taking out.
Are you really starting your own company?
For real.
Where are you at in the process?
So it took us 6 months to find a place, finally found a place. Negotiations back and forth for actual contracts.
Did you inherit a bunch of money? How do you plan on buying a property?
I owned an ad agency. I got bought out because I found something out. Just got too obsessed with that.
Speaking of ads, you were talking about being depressed. You mentioned another company, but I want to remind everyone that Talkspace is actually a licensed provider. Is cost.
happens when I miss the live timing. I am so nervous. I mean, let me tell you something. Let me just check.
Hello, Tommy. How are you? I am lovely. Thank you. How about you? Good to meet you. Oh, yeah, absolutely. 24/7, 365. Yeah, generally they're just going to hear me since I put headphones on. If I may, I'd love to show you what I've got going. So just one moment. If you look at my screen, it should switch over, and you should see all my live YouTube streams that I have. So these are, this is an incredible undertaking that I have that no one else is doing in the world. And I've been doing this for nearly 5 years. I even have ceiling cameras. Uh, I have 360 cameras. It's really something quite special, I feel. I, I'd love to. Thank you. Yeah. So, firstly, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here. Uh, Absolutely. Secondly, if I may request, uh, we can talk about my project certainly, but I was going through some of your previous discussions and they're fascinating. And I want to make sure that I am speaking specifically to things that are of interest to your audience. And I really would like to do a deep dive into Chaim Eshed, who is the former Israeli space agency officer, and his claims in 2020 about the Galactic Federation, and then from there, perhaps he recently, uh, June of 2026, so just like a month ago or so, had a Men in Black encounter, and I think that's kind of what your audience is interested in. Am I correct? Excellent. No, we don't. So whatever you'd like to do, I'm all yours, as they say. Oh, absolutely. I'm here. I'm just checking one thing. Apology. Excellent. Chaim, it's either spelled Chaim or Haim, and his last name is Eshed, Eshed, and he made some really big claims in 2020 and about a galactic federation that may exist, basically like a United Nations of space. And this caught a lot of attention in the international sphere. And then all of a sudden he went offline and nobody knew what happened to him. But he recently came about and said that he may have had a Men in Black encounter, and that he was advised to be quiet. And this just happened within the last 50 days or so. So I think it's relevant. And um, but certainly I'm willing to talk about anything that you'd like. I love to talk about futurism. I love to talk about improvements to humanity, life extension, mind uploading, revivification, reforming. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll go into that. 100%. Yeah. Excellent. I am as well. Is this a live broadcast or is it recorded? Okay, that's fine. That's great. That's right. That's right. Excellent. That's correct. Rabbi, you okay? That's correct. That's correct. Oh, we have distant relatives, but we have common ancestors. But yeah, most of, yes, I am. That's correct, Tommy. Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm excited to speak with you and your audience. Yeah, I'm based in the United States. I'm based in the Los Angeles area, and I stream my life in the Los Angeles area. We get into my project, and generally that's where I'm based at. That's absolutely correct. That's absolutely correct. Do you mind if I show the audience what I do? Absolutely. Absolutely. So if your audience is interested at any time, you can type Rabbi Rothschild, RABBI space ROTHSCHILD into YouTube. And the key thing that you want to do is you want to filter by live. When you filter by live, you will 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, view cameras around my entire life. You will be able to see me from the side, from straight on, from 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera that I'm live streaming on right now. And these aren't even all my streams. I have more than double this amount of streams, and that's just on YouTube. Additionally, I'm live streaming 24/7 on Rumble, on Twitter, on Twitch, on quite a few other different platforms as well. And it's like a real life Truman Show where people can follow along my life, and they have been able to for more than 4 years. I'm closing in on 5 years, actually, which is a huge amount of data. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. As you previously said, this is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet in my own way, and I feel this is a very important project. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I'd like to make you, your audience, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I stream my life for world peace. I want to help end world hunger with the amount of data that I'll be able to monetize through projects such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. These are just some of the ways that I want to use my stream and the data that I'm able to monetize to be benefit the world. Most certainly. Well, I had seen the movie The Truman Show as a child, as perhaps more of a younger individual, and I always thought it was fascinating the idea of having someone always be on camera. And I remember as a child, I would ask my parents, why don't we had like an old VHS type camcorder? Why don't we just continue to have the camcorder going? And I was explained that basically we would run out of room over the course of enough time because we'd be storing all these VHS tapes. And generally, people just don't do that. They have a private life. But I always thought to myself, wow, one day if the technology is there, I think that would be really interesting if somebody were to do this. Now, it was during the pandemic that much of my traditional Orthodox Jewish life went remote, including my position as a certified project management professional. I went from attending synagogue 3 times a day in person in a black hat, black suit, as people may envision an Orthodox Jew to be, to having many of our services be live streamed and many of our events be live streamed. And in addition, my job as an app developer and Scrum Master, these all went digital as well. And this remote world became new to me. I went from someone who really didn't have much of a social media presence to being live streamed for work and my community anywhere between 8 and 12 hours. And this lessened a lot of my anxiety I think I had of being on camera so much and recognize that I would see other people make mistakes, and I was just basically realizing that we're all human. And if I'm already live streaming my life, well, maybe the idea in my head was that maybe I should continue to do so, but this really didn't come about until fall of 2021, when I would, after work, hit golf balls at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, and I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like on camera. So I began taking out my iPhone and just recording my sessions of hitting the golf. And I would make some little jokes to myself, whether I popped the ball or I hooked the ball or I sliced the ball, and just little jokes that I thought, these are kind of funny. And God willing, after this whole pandemic and everything, I'd like to have a family, a wife, and children, and they might want to know what their dear old dad was like during the pandemic, and before they were even a gleam in my eye. So I would upload that data every night after golf balls to the cloud. And it was taking me a long time. I would get throttled. I'd run into issues with app crashes, and I just felt like it has to be and there it's live stream. And so I thought, well, if I'm going to live stream this, I want to live stream better than anybody's ever done it. That's just my mentality. I want to be the best at it. You can do it, I want to be the best at it. And I want to associate myself with the best. And so I bought more than 33 different devices, including laptops, tablets, iPhones, Android devices, Chromebooks, you name it. I put them around myself and just really started my journey of a YouTube account, one YouTube account I started with, and then, of course, Twitch and Twitter and all of those others, and recognized that, why just do it from one angle? Let's just do it from all these different angles and give people a portal into my life. And that's basically how it started nearly 5 years ago. That's correct. You have my consent. No, no, no. Yeah. Well, I must say, I feel I'm always conscious of the cameras being on me, perhaps because they're always there, and I'm always conscious that they're recording. It's very important when you're having this type of project, you make sure that you're recording. But I wouldn't say that I really censor myself. In many ways, I speak freely. I speak with an open mind and an open heart. I speak honestly. So I do my best not to necessarily change my behavior all that much, but there are some things that I have to adjust. Like when I use the restroom, you're not allowed to live stream yourself using the restroom or perhaps showing nudity. So I'll have to wear swimming trunks when I'm in the shower to show myself from the waist up. So those are some small derivations that or deviations that I have to make from my normal life that I wouldn't normally do. So there is that consciousness that I do have, but generally, I recognize that I would be living my life in a similar way if I weren't live streaming. I mean, I would be watching podcasts and perhaps developing a community. I do IRL streaming, so in real life, I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. And thus, I do have my exterior life that I've shared with the world, as well as what I do in my own home. and I feel that I am conscious of the cameras. I would say though that they don't bother me. And if anything, I see what I'm doing as being a modern day journalist or someone who writes in a journal or diarist or someone who would write in a diary instead of using a pencil and paper, as people may have done generations ago. I use video as my medium to be able to record. And I find this to be so important, not just as the story of a human, but 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I keep a radio in the background that is documenting world news events. So you can literally go back to any moment of any day of my life, essentially for the last 5 years, and know not only what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world events. And I find that to be fascinating. Moreover, events that we've been able to say archive have affected us. I would say in major ways. I did this stream for more than 1 year before anyone knew about large language models or ChatGPT. So I basically have pre AI on camera, and I was an early adopter of OpenAI's ChatGPT in November of 2022, and a user when it launched November 30th, 2022. And we've been able to see the many ways in which AI has affected our society since then. And I have that in real time, which is really exciting. I have the conversations that I've had with people when I've introduced them to AI, ChatGPT. I have no idea what I'm referencing, but I can just say, name a subject, and it'll write poetry for you, a song for you, or write an essay for you nearly instantaneously. And seeing the shock and awe of people when I've been able to utilize this type of a tool and the different derivations that we've seen through Claude and certainly Perplexity and Gemini and you name it, all of the different derivations that we've been able to see, I've been able to argue, which I think will be really exciting to people, not just in the present day, but generations from now, and perhaps centuries or millennia from now, to be able to say, wow, this is what life was like on a daily basis back during the pandemic. And then we have the rise of AI, and then all the ways in which AI has affected humanity. And I don't just have that from nicely edited videos, but I have raw footage, which I think will be very important to people in the future as well. That's absolutely correct. Yeah. So I was using AI when you would consider artificial narrow intelligence (ANI). We're now evolving into the artificial general intelligence (AGI), and what you're referencing, ASI, artificial superintelligence, where by definition AI is already capable of activities that far surpass your general ability of the human. And once we get to that level, and we're already approaching a significant opportunity and a significant period within the age of AI where it is self-correcting and basically self-programming. No longer can human programmers be able to make adjustments in the same capacity that now AI can make on itself. And that opens up new opportunities for the entire world in how quickly we're going to be advancing into the artificial general intelligence and future of artificial superintelligence. And the opportunities are endless. Yeah, sure. I'm actually right in the middle as well. I consider it to be neutral. It's a tool. Just like we have a prehistoric days fire could be used for good to cook and bad to burn, or the wheel could be used in positives to travel and in negatives to squash. In the same way that we have steam power or electricity or the rail or even moving into computing with now artificial intelligence. It's neutral to me. It depends on how you run it be used for good, it can be used for evil. Just like steel or iron or bronze in previous ages could be used for good or bad. AI in this modern age can be used for good or bad. So it depends who controls it. And I generally think that it's an amazing gift. It's miraculous in its own way. That no longer do we have to train individuals for decades to be excellent coders. AI right now is better than the best coder in the entire world. More accurate and it's faster. And that means we can deliver better software, which means hopefully we can have better opportunity for humanity. And no longer will people have to toil over learning really some aspects of their positions that are outdated once they get into the workforce and be able to focus on that which I feel is more important. Many humanistic traits, betterment of humanity, even the arts. I feel that many people will have the opportunity to have their art and their music and anything human related to be perhaps spotlighted because everything's going to be AI and robotic generated, that anyone who has anything that's human created will be immediately lifted to another platform or pedestal. And I think that's going to be really important. I even predicted a second renaissance for human development and human art. Because previously, when someone would have to work a customer service job 8 to 5 normally, and let's just say do that for 20 or 30 years, AI is going to replace that. Hopefully, we get some type of usable, universal basic income that will allow people to support themselves so they can focus on their families, they can focus on themselves, and that they're passionate. And the arts, I feel, are going to have an amazing opportunity to utilize this extra time that people will have and to benefit all of humanity in general. I agree. And I think in many ways we can make a great place, especially with robotics. There are positions that are currently uh, really dangerous for people. Mining, firefighting, you name it. These are all very difficult and very dangerous positions that people have to take. And hopefully, with properly coded and properly operating robotics, these types of risks will no longer need to be taken by humans, that they could be taken perhaps by robots that are more accurate and faster and stronger and will be able to give humans the benefits, whether it's saving a life or certain type of mineral that we have to have tribal people having to give up their entire adolescence and even into adulthood to be digging in a mine and causing all of the environmental impact that can eventually cause, and they'll be able to hopefully, uh, I would say, use the technology to benefit themselves and their local villages and their local towns, and then getting into cities, the country, and then overall the globe. I'd like to see the developing world catch up with the more advanced world, so that we have some parity around the world, and no longer do you have people in one country taking advantage of people in another country just because of a currency disparity. Absolutely. Absolutely. And they would not be the first people to foresee this. Specifically, the Luddite people during the 19th century, so the early 1800s, foresaw what would occur with the Industrial Revolution, specifically with the advent of the loom. For those who don't know, the loom is a machine that basically would make creating textiles easier. And they foresaw these early machines would eventually replace that the work of humans really, and then perhaps foresaw that other machines would be able to replace humans, and they rebelled against this type of technology. They eventually lost out, but that doesn't mean that their spirit doesn't continue to live on in the people who want to stay off the grid or want to perhaps live off the land. And really, the way that I see it is I am about consent, and people should be able to live in any way that they wish. If you want to make your own food, or I should say, farm your own food, grow your own food, purify your own water, and live out in the rural area, you should be able to do that. You should be allowed that. None of this should be forced on anyone. And in the same way, for those of us who perhaps want to use robotics to be able to go to work for us, or AI to be able to create documents for us much faster than we normally would be able to, I think that should be allowed as well. Um, Personally, right, exactly. Free will is very important. Personally, I feel with AI, the key component is always being able to unplug it. We need to keep that type of autonomy on AI, because if not, if we don't have that ability, we can very easily lose to our own creation. We could lose our own independence to this creation. It could create self replicating robots that take over our planet very easily, very quickly. So at the end of the day, I want to make sure that the ability to unplug or perhaps disconnect AI is always in the hands of humans. If not, then AI could very easily take over the world. That's right. That's absolutely correct. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So, in addition to giving people a portal into my life, I also am live in Discord 24 hours a day where people can connect with me. I have people who live alongside me. So, I'm not the only person who's doing this in my community. There are people who keep a camera on who have been inspired by what I do, and they live alongside me. I have some people who have to go to their 9 to 5 job or whatever it may be, and then they come in and they just want to sleep alongside someone, knowing that they're not alone in the world. I have some people from Oceania, Asia, Europe, Africa, and certainly the Americas at any given time of the day who come in and connect with me just to tell me about what they're doing. To ask me a question. I certainly lend pastoral support. I certainly lend religious support, certainly to Jews, but also to all people of all faiths, or just people who are secular, who are just struggling through challenges that occur to all people in life. Moreover, we play games, we watch movies, we certainly watch sports together. We have a thriving community. So, for anyone who wants to connect with that, discord.me/rabbi. I'm available 24 hours a day. Of course, I do sleep. So, for anyone who has a question and I'm not available to answer it immediately, I have an Ask Me Anything section. You can put a question in there, and immediately upon seeing it, I will answer it to the best of my ability. So, yes, I do have people who are able to connect with me. And as an influencer, that's unique. A lot of times people are only able to communicate with people through chat or email. This is a live video feed that I give out to the world, not just on YouTube and Rumble and Twitch and those different platforms, but also in Discord. In fact, Discord every year does a roundup or a wrap up, basically like Spotify does, to tell you what you did over the course of the last year. And I wasn't in the top 1%, nor the top 0.1%. I'm in the top 0.01% of all Discord users, year after year. So I'm like the biggest user of Discord, perhaps of anybody on Earth who perhaps isn't a robot. And that means that I'm very well known on Discord, but also my community is open to anyone who would like to join, so long as you're an adult. I don't want children in there. Many times we have mature conversations, or just I feel that children should be able to live their lives. But once people reach the age of majority, I invite them to come in and they can live alongside me as well. And I'm not the only person who's doing this. There are other people who have decided, you know what, I want to stream my life as well. What I do that's unique is I do it from so many different angles, more than 25 different angles at any given time. And additionally, the fact that I archive it. There are many people who just turn their camera on and stream, but once their stream ends, you can't go back and view what they did. And that's fine. But what's important to my project is you can go back and view any moment of any day over the course of the last near half decade and see not only what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world history from multiple angles. I find that to be very exciting. And what is going to be even more exciting in the future is how my project potentially will be training AI. AI needs human examples on which to build its models. And I have more human data on a single individual for AI on which to be trained than any person ever. So, what does that mean? That means that my behavior will be studied. That means that my eating habits will be studied. My drinking habits will be studied. My hygiene habits will be studied. My sleep habits will be studied. My circadian rhythms, micro behaviors, you name it, every aspect of the human psyche and human behavior will be studied, not just by the people of the future from a biological perspective, but specifically AI. So my project may have an extremely important role in how AI understands what a human is in the future. Yeah, I sing in the shower. I have so much Instagram footage of this. So it depends on the platform. I don't take 30 devices into the bathroom with me. I usually just take one and I'll sing in the shower, or show my body from the waist up generally. Or I'll wear shorts or something if I need to show my body from the waist down. And this isn't really a limitation of myself. I would be fine generally showing the world everything. I'm not I'm not against that. However, there are terms and conditions on the websites on which I stream, so I do have to follow them. But for the most part, yeah, certainly in the shower, I brush my teeth on camera, go to the bathroom on camera, and so long as I don't necessarily show anything that's against the terms and conditions, it's viewable to the world. And some people may say, "Well, that's kind of strange." I understand, I get that, but that's part of what it is to be a human. And if we were doing everything that we can to record what it's like to be a human in the post-pandemic era and into the age of AI, we would want to know all of this. And so that's why I do my best to not censor, really, and is I do my best to show the world I'm extremely candid, and limit any kind of censorship that I can. No, it's definitely a record, especially from the amount of data that I've archived. There are some people who are on Twitch who live stream their life, and that's great. But Twitch only saves their live streams for a maximum of up to 14 days, maybe 90 days if they're a premium user. That's it. And then it's gone. It's gone. I have met one other person who archives their life like I do. They just surpassed 1 year, so 365 days. I am past 1,700 days at this point. So I'm approaching more than 5 times the amount of time that they've been doing it. And they only do it from one angle, which is great, but I do it from 25 different angles. I have redundant streams. If any of my apps crash or I have a disconnect, I have backups and backups and backups and backups. If I ever lose an account, I have backups of that. And this isn't just a YouTube project. This isn't just a Rumble project or a Twitch project. This is an all encapsulating of the most amount of content of any individual ever. I can say, as honestly as possible, I have more content on the internet than any person ever. So what does that mean? I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I'm the most archived individual ever. I have the most amount of content of any person ever, which when people find out about what I do, and they'll be like, wait, you mean I can go back and watch your life 24/7 for the last 5 years? Yes. And you've been creating content on top of the content that you make. You sing songs, you sing karaoke, you make music, you play air guitar, you watch stand-up comedy, all of the other aspects that make up my life. In addition to the religious aspects, I can see all of that whenever I want. Absolutely. All for free, 100%. This is going to be the biggest event potentially in global history. Yeah, to some extent, especially the influencers on the site. So, to give you an idea, YouTube and I haven't always had the best relationship, and here's why. Many times, YouTube wants to keep their site one person, one account. And if I have 25 different devices, I just can't do one person, one account. I generally have to have 25 different accounts for the different devices that I have. So if I break any kind of their term or condition, they generally want to ban multiple of my accounts. Additionally, I show copyrighted material, not always of my own consciousness, but maybe there's a song on the radio that plays 20 seconds of the song and it's just in the background. Well, I can get a copyright strike from that. Or maybe I want to watch the World Cup and I'm not showing the World Cup. I'm basically doing a reaction video to the World Cup, but the sound in the background can trigger the YouTube algorithm to give me a copyright strike. So from those standpoints, YouTube isn't really made to do what I do. I really push it to the next level. In terms of other platforms, one in which is Kick. The owner of Kick, his name is Eddie Craven. He has found out about what I'm doing. He and I are friends on Discord. I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's Discord, number one streamer all time in I Show Speed's Discord, number one streamer all time in Amaranth's Discord, number one streamer all time in Kai Sanat's Discord. I've had celebrities in my Instagram feeds, like who have watched my Instagram live, like Katie Couric. I've had certainly Aiden Ross has been in my YouTube. So basically, if they're an internet personality, in one way or another, I've had some type of connection with them, but we just haven't had that big breakthrough yet. And we're going to. I'm doing the podcast tours. I'm on podcasts regularly, telling people about what I do. And every single person who I tell tell people about this project, they all are fascinated by it. They're like, "Wow, this is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement." And they're excited to be alongside of it. They keep telling me, keep on going. They ask me the question, Rabbi, do you think you'll ever stop doing this? Absolutely not. I love it. You can tell I'm impassioned by this. This isn't something that I'm saying, oh, I can't wait till I go viral so I can stop doing it. Absolutely not. I want to get better equipment in the future. I want to have first person views. I'd like to be able to wear meta glasses for the world to be able to live in a first person view of what my life is. I think that'll be really interesting for the world. And I'd like to do this for the rest of my life. And I think people will study it. The the topics that I talk about are so fascinating. They're things that aren't normally discussed in the mainstream, like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, things like telepathy, telekinesis, things like perhaps teleportation, Santa Claus machines. Many people are like, what is a Santa Claus machine? It's a replicator. It's basically a 3D printer that's connected to all of the periodic table of elements that allows you to make anything that you want. I talk about things like invisibility cloaks, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction has already taken place. It happened in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind blowing goal. I want more people to be able to talk about this. They recently made headlines about their direwolf project, which is not a perfect de extinction, it's more of a hybrid, but still, it's huge. Advancements in the idea of de-extinction. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which is just extremely exciting. And so these are the type of topics that I'm covering. Moreover, I want to help the humanity in general. The average life expectancy for most people in the Western world is anywhere between 70 and 80 years old. I'd like to increase that. I'd like to give people the resources that they need to be able to live to 100, 120 through the use of oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, nootropics, peptides, testosterone replacement therapy, red light therapy, perhaps blood transfusions, whatever it takes, moving into the world of reverse aging technology so that people are able to live to be 100, 120 years old. But I get a lot of people who say, all right, Rabbi, well, once I hit 120 years old and my body starts to break down, what's the next plan? And there's an opportunity in multiple ways for technology, but one in which is known as mind uploading technology, where, with someone's consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, and I'm saying to the audience out there, is there may be a future, perhaps at some type of immortality, or perhaps just a digital immortality. But this is a huge, mind blowing, world shaking, earth shattering discussion that isn't normally happening. And I want people to be comfortable with it because there are people who are pushing these types of transhumanist ideas. And whether you're for them or against them, they are happening. And I generally try to keep neutrality to much of this, but I do want people to know that this is the future of the 21st century. This is toward where we're moving, and we better have these conversations now before they actually occur so that we can foresee any potential issues that may exist. Most certainly. We already have apologies. Go ahead. We already have seen, even just over the course of my streams, the first successful brain computer interface example. His name is Nolan Aspero. He is the first Neuralink patient who is a quadriplegic individual, basically meaning he cannot use his arms nor his legs. He had an incident where he dove into a pond and became quadriplegic. Basically, there was a break in his spine, and the the argument is we're using him and another half dozen or so people who have taken on this type of technology to be able to use them as examples to be able to successfully be able to control computers with the mind using brain computer interfaces. And the idea, the goal is that any kind of person with paralysis or something similar we may be able to send the signal down the spine to some type of device or adapter where the break occurs, and then have that adapter send the brain waves across the gap where the actual break is into the lower extremities of the body, and basically be able to create some type of electric spine for an individual, or at least be able to communicate those types of signals from the brain into the rest of the body. This is an incredible undertaking, and we've been able to see over the course of my streams this successfully happen. Now, I personally am very skeptical. I don't want anything implanted in me. I want to be the last person, if I can be, for that to happen. But I would be okay maybe wearing a cap that I could just remove if I wanted to. And this type of technology is something where we are finding advancements in with experiments, and the ability to increase the amount of intelligence that an individual may be able to have is of extreme excitement to me. So long as I have control over it, I am at least not necessarily against it. I want to keep that control. I don't want anyone to be able to control me, though, or improperly influence me. But so long as I keep the control, I'm not necessarily against much of this technology that we're seeing. And like you had said, we are perhaps going to be able to see even more developments in the idea of memory transfers from one individual to another. The last major trans the last major transplant that we have not been able to do, at least in a public way, is a brain transplant. So we've been able to do face transplants and heart transplants and liver transplants and kidney transplants, and all of these types of organ transplants have all been successfully done in the past and are really almost routine surgeries within the medical field now. But the brain transplant is still the last one that hasn't been publicly acknowledged, and it will be over the course of our lives, God willing. And if that happens, that's going to open up an entirely new world of what potentially people are able to transfer in terms of memories, in terms of personality and such. And I personally feel as if this idea of memory transfer can be used for the benefit of individuals who have experienced perhaps post-traumatic stress disorder or some type of issue that they want to actually remove these types of memories from their mind. This is known as memory erasure, where somebody can actually remove something that happened to them as a youth or perhaps a traumatic event and live a better life. We're on the precipice of this type of technology. And really, if you look, there's just not a whole lot of people talking about it. So, for anyone who's watching my streams, for anyone who is interested in my project, it's not just the story of somebody awaking, and just eating and sleeping and doing all those kinds of things. We talk about some of the most fascinating topics that are in the precipice of science, the precipice of futurology, and really, when people start to hear about that which we've discussed, they're going to be fascinated by it. Yes, that's that's absolutely true. That's absolutely correct. And I would love to have a future where blindness is a thing of the past, deafness is a thing of the past, muteness is a thing of the past. Even things like Down syndrome or other types of issues that people experience are seen as something that is no longer a reality. And that when we have offspring, we know that they're going to be healthy. We know that they're not going to have any unnecessary struggles. And for those people who do experience some type of issue in terms of blindness, we could do some type of perhaps eye transfer or some type of even even some using like smart contacts or some other type of technology to be able to alleviate blindness in individuals from birth or people who have unfortunately experienced some kind of traumatic event that has caused blindness. I don't know why, if you love humans and you love you love humankind, why you wouldn't be in favor of this, why you would want people to struggle. And I know the arguments that are made. Oh, then we get into designer babies, and this is only for the wealthy, and I get those arguments. But and those arguments are valid. What I'm saying though is that we need to start somewhere. If we can start alleviating some of these issues from people, wonderful. Then we get the cost down. Then perhaps there are programs available so that if you don't have the funds to be able to utilize the type of technology that you wish, you can somehow get on a list to be able to do this at no cost. I I really call on the major foundations of the world who are looking to be able to improve humanity to start segments of your funds specifically to end blindness or end deafness or end muteness or end paralysis in individuals or whatever it may be to benefit humans. And then a generation from now, you can say, our foundation was critical in ending this major issue that occurred. There are a lot of issues out there that plague humanity. I don't think that the foundational system is focusing enough on these, and they should be. Yeah, certainly. Yeah. Yes. Yes. So I've had as many as four different iPhones with a family plan with my cellular carrier, so that I'm able to give the world a view into my life from different angles. It is much more challenging, though. Generally, from my residence, I'm able to turn on the streams, and so long as I don't have any disconnects or app crashes or anything, you're going to get 25 streams, if not more. And I multi-stream, so for my 33 or so different devices, they're not just connected to one stream, they multi-stream to YouTube and Twitch and Rumble. And so we're talking about hundreds of streams over the course of the last of any given day. In terms of the IRL streaming, usually it's just with one or two devices. I run into issues with battery and lighting and sound and heat, all of the issues that your average individual may run into with their own phones. Can you imagine now you're having to do that while live streaming your life as well? And when you are live streaming, it is very heavy on your device, on the resources of your device. It increases the temperature. It increases the energy that you use. So I have to keep power banks going at night. I have to make sure that I have additional lighting. I have like a setup. Basically, I can have multiple devices and hold basically like a selfie stick in front of me. And so I do that. I also use GoPros because they're smaller, they're lighter. And many times I put a GoPro, I'll strap it to my chest to give people a first person view of what I do. And then I'll upload that information to the cloud or to a different social media platform. But generally, it's so much work. I do my best to live my life from a desktop experience, but I have far more IRL streams than most any influencer has streams. Period. Whether inside, outside, I have huge amounts of it. Moreover, when I'm doing IRL streams, I can't connect with my community because I can't additionally be in Discord at the same time. Generally, I like to be able to connect with the individuals who come into my Discord, and they can come in at any given time. But yes, I drive while live streaming. I go to the store or I go to the beach or whatever it may be, and do my best to live stream it at any given time. And there are some areas, even within Los Angeles, that don't have perfect cellular coverage. So I have backups using GoPros generally. And if I ever do run into an issue where I have a device fail on me or something like that, I do my best to have GoPro backups. I can't say, and I don't think anybody can say that really with any kind of technology system that they have 100% uptime. Even Facebook has downtime, even Amazon has downtime, but I have 99.99999% of every aspect of my life over the course of the last 5 years archived, which is just by sheer amount enough for the world to be able to study and to get excited over. I've live streamed myself at concerts. I've been to the Rolling Stones while live streaming it. I've been to different sporting events. I've been to like different places that you may find, marketplaces and malls, in both indoor and outdoor malls. Just really to give people an idea of what my life is like. I've opened bank accounts while live streaming. I've been to the ATM while live streaming. Well, I kind of feel like I'm out there already so much. If people wanted to, you need my ID and things like that. And yeah, but but I've been much more candid with the world than really anybody else is going to be. Um, from terms of in terms of what I'm able to share, what I'm comfortable in sharing, and I know that in the future people will appreciate that. Just like historians study journals and diaries, historians will study people's live streams to get an idea of what life was like during a certain period of time. And I think not only will I give people a really exciting opportunity at what life was like in the post pandemic world, but also a really heartfelt effort at world peace and unity and futuristic discussions and just a betterment of humanity in general. Yeah, I have had certainly friends generally. They don't necessarily. I mean, I've had some people come and be on stream and take tours of what I do. I've had people travel from as far away as like 8 hours. People from Northern California coming to Southern California who are just fans. Um, but generally, I respect the privacy of those around me. I know that my friends don't necessarily want to be put out there as much as possible. So I'm comfortable whenever I need, I can leave the streams. I don't say that I have been on camera 100% of every moment of every day for the last 5 years. I don't say that. 99.999%, yeah, absolutely. But if at any given time, absolutely. If at any given time I want to just go outside for a walk, I'm allowed to, and I do. If I need to just take in the sunshine or stop and smell the roses, I'm able to do so, and I am comfortable doing that. And if I have a friend who calls, or we FaceTime or something like that, or they just come over, I'm okay with you know keeping my streams going. I don't end the streams, but I just allow them to have their own privacy and allow our friendship to continue in the ways that it previously did. But generally, when people know what I'm doing, they're excited about it. So I do get people who want to be on the streams, random strangers who are like, "Hey, I found out about you. I found out that you're in the Los Angeles area. I'd want to come and visit you. Can I come visit you?" Yeah, absolutely. And we will live stream having a picnic in the park or going on a walk or whatever, just to get to know me better, and we become friends. I basically alter or adjust my presentation to whatever the people want. If I have a friend who doesn't want to be on camera, I respect that. I get other people who would love to be a part of this, and I allow them to be on it as much as they want. The people in my Discord, some of them don't want to be on camera. That's fine. They never turn on their camera. I don't know what they look like generally. I have other people who don't care. They're giving them their view of the world just like I'm giving the world a view, and they're comfortable with it. Not everyone is comfortable having their information out there, and I understand that, and I don't force that on anyone. I think it's phenomenal. No one wants to watch a movie that's all good things. We want to know, we want to know what the real experience is like. And I've certainly had lows in this. I've certainly had times when I've gotten frustrated, specifically with just technological issues that occur. Uh, but I've been able to overcome those kind of challenges, and we get great highs and we get the human experience, all aspects of it. And that's what's really interesting to me. This isn't just edited, and we've had different producers who have gone through and make sure that I'm in a certain light and I'm always shown in a perfect light. Absolutely not. This is raw. I cannot emphasize that enough for the audience. RAW. This is raw feed, raw video. If you want to see someone who does everything that you do, including sneeze and vomit and go to the bathroom and all of the other things that not everybody would want on stream, but you want to recognize that you're not alone, then this is the stream for you. If you want to hear people have great discussions on the highest of height about going viral and helping the world and new partnerships and new networking opportunities, this is also the stream for you. We show everybody the good and the bad of what life is like, and we have since the pandemic. I certainly get upset when things don't go my way, just like anyone else. But I feel that this is important for not just my viewership to see, but for people to learn in the future. Oh, in 2026, this would have been a perfectly rational way to adjust to a certain situation, and maybe 1,000 years from now, the way that someone would react in a situation might be different. But I'm giving people at least a view of what life is like now. And when we look at hieroglyphics or scrolls or ancient manuscripts, or moving into medieval manuscripts and such, we see how much humanity has changed. And in the same way, I want people of the future, thousands of years from now, to hopefully be able to see my streams and other people's streams that we have and understand this is what life was like. That to me is really exciting. I understand that I am basically a time traveler in my own way. Like I am doing my best to preserve time now for people of the future. And just like someone of the past would have written their deepest, darkest thoughts in a diary, thinking that maybe no one's ever going to read this, but perhaps we learn a whole lot about a certain country or a certain civilization because of that. We have the same within my streams. That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. Yeah. Well, we share distant ancestry. Uh, I am an average individual, just like anyone else out there. And while we do share the same surname, that's about it. There are over 3,000 Rothschilds in the United States alone, and thousands of us around the world. So some of us are within the banking aspect of the dynasty. Other of us are in academia, which is really generally from where my family comes. So for anyone out there who thinks that I was born on third base and I'm claiming to hit a home run. By any means, no, not at all. I had to be at the plate with everybody else. I've had to work for everything for which I have. I've had to work for my certifications. I've had to work to be a rabbi. I've had to work to launch every app that I've ever launched and every piece of software that I've ever launched, and every project in which I've delivered. None of that came because of people of the past. I've personally have had to work for every element of that. So yeah, well, my last name is Rothschild, and we it is a famous last name. For anyone out there, they should know that the direct connection is quite distant. Sure, I get asked this question a lot. I Yeah, absolutely. I wish I had enough time to be able to study my streams to be able to tell you yes or no, but I don't have the time. I start my streams up immediately upon awakening. I go about my day, including daily prayers, and I teach a Kabbalah class for at least an hour every day, and basically don't have time to go and digest everything that I have. So maybe one day I'll be able to watch alongside the rest of the audience of the world to be able to see if we have anything paranormal that has occurred. And maybe there are some interesting things that have happened. What I can say is I have a really great opportunity if it does happen because I'm live on 25 different devices. So this won't be exactly this won't just be screen glare or something along those lines. The strangest paranormal like thing that I've had happen. This is a very interesting thing. This is in the early days I was streaming. Every night I would go to Beverly Hills and do like these streams at night, and I had this light, just like an influencer, like just like a square light that I had, and I accidentally cracked it, and I used a type of glue in it to just kind of repair the crack. And normally this type of light would last like 8 hours or something. And the light actually, after I put this type of substance in the light, it lasted for over a month, 24/7 of being on. And that was, I have it on camera. So it was like this amazing invention that I really haven't been able to delve into, but it was like if you put this substance in this certain light, it slowed down the amount of energy that was being used. And the light was perfectly bright and it was working all the time. And I have this on camera, which I think is a very interesting um, uh, invention that I've been able to perhaps capture. And I wanted to study this more because to think like one light, it didn't have a power bank, it was just on a normal charge, and normally I had other lights like it that would burn out. I had the exact same model of lights that would burn out and I'd have to recharge them with power banks and stuff. But when I put this there was like a chemical reaction that occurred in this light that caused it to just not go out, and I would be like, look, this light's still going on and I have it on camera. So this isn't just my word, people will be able to see in the future like, wow, there was some type of chemical reaction that occurred to allow this light to continue for at least a month. And so that's not necessarily paranormal or supernatural, but it is sort of an interesting thing that I was able to witness. And I think people from the paranormal or supernatural realm will find my streams to be absolutely fascinating because it, we won't have like a screen glare on one angle. It'll be like, oh yeah, it was a screen glare because we have it on 24 other streams that we could see that this did not happen. In terms of interesting things, like I've been in earthquakes, so you can see all my streams shake in the earthquake. So oh yeah, most certainly. We certainly have had fires in Southern California, so there have been some environmental conditions that people might want to study as well, and certainly things from the climate. I wish I could say that, oh yeah, I've got this one video where it looks like a ghost comes in when I'm asleep. I don't have anything like that, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It just means I haven't had the time to watch nearly 5 years of my entire life to be able to dissect that. But I think in the future, this will be fascinating to individuals to be able to study that. I'm in agreement with you, especially with the different microphones that I use. One thing that will happen when you're in a closed area, you have multiple microphones that are open. Many times there's feedback between them, but that also means that there are there's almost dimensionality to the different acoustics and different wavelengths that people might be able to study. It's this treasure trove that I have that people will be able to delve into when the time is right. And when that occurs, there are literally years that people could take just to study one of my streams. To put it in perspective, on at any given time, just on YouTube, I've got about 25 streams going. And I've been doing this now for more than 4 years, almost 5 years. We're like next month or so, in a couple months or so, it'll be 5 years. So what's that? 5 times 25. That's 125 years of content. And that's just from YouTube. That doesn't include Rumble. That doesn't include some of my other platforms on which I do huge amounts of live streaming, including Instagram and Twitter Spaces. It's just huge amounts of data for people to be able to delve into. So even if one individual is like, Rabbi, as a child, I'm going to watch every second of every moment that you've been able to archive, you'd already be looking at a century of work. It's petabytes. Every year, I put out about 2 petabytes worth of data, if not more, sometimes less, sometimes more. But just in terms, like a petabyte is 1,000 terabytes. I mean, I'm putting out huge amounts of data, and is it all perfectly clean data or edited? No, it's raw data. So you're going to have crashes that happen in there. You're going to have feedback that happens. But I think, especially in the future, we're going to be able to clean all this up. AI will be able to make the lighting perfect. It'll be able to make the sound perfect. It'll be able to if somebody wants to just hear the radio in the background, it'll be able to focus the stream just on that. Or they just want to hear my interactions with individuals, it'll be able to focus on that. If it wants to hear me sleeping, it'll be able to focus on that. The opportunities are endless. I also know that the human eye can only detect about 8K in terms of quality. After that, the human eye can't determine any stream to be better or worse. And all of my content will be able to be upscaled to 4K and 8K very easily, almost by default. YouTube's already doing this. And then when we put in their transcription into different languages, and we put in perhaps the opportunity of improving the lighting and improving just the quality in general, people will be able to garner and gather a lot more information than maybe they previously would have been able to. But even if they choose, they can go back to the raw data. And somebody 1,000 years from now can say, this is the raw data of Rabbi Rothschild's stream. And this is what life was like. Is it as pretty as we have now? Absolutely not. But it's the same to say in ancient scrolls aren't as pretty as what eventually illuminated manuscripts would be, and then eventually what we would get with movable type, and then eventually what we would get with computers and such and word processors. This all happens in stages. And so I'm just giving people the primitive view of what a live stream is. This is a term that I've heard used before. It's called life logging. And usually people don't do it as long as I've done it. But it actually, the platform Twitch started this way with something called Justin TV. Somebody live streamed their life for a year. And then they were eventually able to use that. And it eventually became Twitch, which eventually became $1 billion platform. I personally want to continue to make my life archive available to anyone who wants it. But here's the thing, and I said this earlier, how am I going to be able to make myself extremely wealthy in this and the listenership? The data is worth more than petroleum. According to The Economist, data overtook petroleum in 2017. And here we're talking about centuries worth of data, which is huge amounts. Moreover, I will be able to be a spokesperson for any brand that exists that I believe in, and not only like a podcaster or an influencer. I'll be able to wear their merchandise 24 hours a day, which is really a unique opportunity for any brand out there that wants constant opportunity for engagement and impressions with an audience. Moreover, I'm in my own way at the heart of the cryptocurrency world, not only at the epicenter of cryptocurrency discussions, which is really Twitter Spaces, but I've been live streaming my life now for more than 3 years within a cryptocurrency Telegram. So I'm really well integrated with the story of cryptocurrency and where we've had ups and downs and NFTs and such. And I think that really cryptocurrency may have an excellent opportunity in the future to make people who are associated with this project extremely wealthy. And then the social media aspect of it. People who look at my social media, yes, I've got some accounts with tens of thousands of people, which is great. But if you look at how many views I'm getting, it's not that impressive. And I understand why. Because I'm putting out 100 different pieces of social media a day just on one account. It's too much for anyone to be able to digest if there isn't a huge movement behind it. But eventually I know that there will be. And my 12-hour long videos that currently sit at 0 views will eventually have tens of thousands and eventually hundreds of thousands, millions, and even more views when people know that at any given time you can go back and watch what life was like. And I say this with all honesty, I think this is the biggest event in global history. One other thing that I push that we may not have an opportunity to get into today, but perhaps in a future discussion, is alien disclosure. I'm a major advocate for alien disclosure, and I speak on many different podcasts, and I've done many different interviews that I think we're in a period of soft disclosure, and I'm doing my best to make people comfortable with this idea. Other topics that I discussed that lend an amount of serenity to people are topics like memory erasure, where you'll be able to remove just traumatic events from your mind, but also revivification technology. Many people wonder, what's revivification technology? This is a type of technology that will be available in the future to bring back people who have once died. And people say, well, how would you be able to do that? They're dead. They've how is this possible? It's actually possible in multiple ways. If we get their DNA either from their progeny, or we're just able to use AI to develop their DNA, we'd be able to create clones of them. Now, there's the question Just because we can doesn't mean we should. But given enough time, people will make these types of experiments, and they will perhaps, and that is true. And people will say, okay, well, let's say you can make a perfect clone of someone who has died in the past. That's great. How do you get their personality? Well, there are ways that we are transmitting information, we don't even know it, through Wi-Fi signals, through photographs, through video. If we were able to take a photograph of someone in the past and basically be able to remove the different layers, we may be able to 3D map their brain with an advanced enough type of computer and know where every atom is and every molecule is within their entire cranial, their entire brain, and be able to perhaps recreate their memories, recreate their personality to some extent. Now, will this happen in the next decade? Probably not, but perhaps the next century and certainly the next millennium, people are going to be experimenting with this. And even before then, there are holographics, just basically using holograms to be able to create people who were once dead, and even using augmented reality or virtual reality. If we have the person, let's say, who is deceased, uh, on camera, or even just audio recordings of them, we know with AI, even today in 2026, it can do a pretty good job of using a script to be able to make a lifelike recreation of them. And we're really in the infancy of this. In the future, people who have once died, we'd be able to perhaps at least have the ability for people to be able to connect with versions of that, and then potentially in the future be able to bring back the once departed people. We're moving towards a world of transhumanism. I talk about the idea that you and I were probably born as Homo sapiens, but we're moving into this world where we may not die, or we may be able to delay death indefinitely. And if that occurs, are we really Homo sapiens anymore, or have we evolved using technology into a new type of species? These aren't determinations for the two of us to make. These are determinations for humanity to make in the future. But what I'm saying is that we're moving into another realm, another type of evolution. If we were to think of the famous Darwinian evolution chart, we're moving past Homo erectus and Homo sapien into something new. What that wants to be determined as, I'm not sure. All I know is that I'm doing my best to archive these types of developments. And so some of these things that we're talking about, I don't even have the answer to, but I think are going to be really fascinating topics for people in the future to be able to discuss. And, if you look at some of the media of the past, the predictions that were made, we'd have flying cars, and we would have people who were just able to fly or being able to breathe underwater. Some of these predictions were correct, some of them were not correct. And in the same way, the discussions that we're having and that I've had with individuals, and perhaps you've had on your other podcasts with individuals, will be studied in the future to say, wow, they were really accurate on that, but they weren't so accurate on some of these other things. I agree. Sure, I can help you with that. Absolutely. Yeah, so what we referenced was a man named Chaim Ashed. And for anyone out there who doesn't know who Chaim Ashed is, he's one of the former heads of the Israeli Space Agency. And what he made claims of in 2020 was that there was a type of galactic federation that perhaps exists, and that basically humanity isn't alone. And for those out there who are interested in this topic, some of you may remember he was basically published a book in Hebrew in November of 2020, and then did a newspaper interview with an Israeli newspaper in December of 2020. And some of the claims that he made that were really humans aren't alone, that a galactic federation exists, that the idea that humans, like that death may not be the end of the story for individuals, a was referenced within his interviews. he stated that the existence of these extraterrestrial civilizations occurs with government awareness, that there's a possible relationship between humanity and advanced civilizations, and that he discusses humanity's readiness for disclosure, and that these advanced civilizations have said humans aren't ready for this yet, and really just goes into the evolution of human consciousness. What exactly he said about extraterrestrial life is that we are not alone in the universe and that advanced extraterrestrials exist. He argued that with the size and age of the universe, there's a high possibility that intelligent life has developed elsewhere. With billions of galaxies containing billions of stars, he suggests that Earth is unlikely to be the place where advanced intelligence emerges. And he says that these extraterrestrial civilizations have been observing humanity. Some civilizations are far more technologically advanced than humans. Contact between humanity and advanced beings has occurred in some form, and humanity is still developing toward a greater understanding of its place in the universe. When he talked about this galactic federation, this is what really caught some headlines. So he states that there's cooperation among different intelligent civilizations, that there's been an exchange of knowledge, that these civilizations perhaps monitor developing civilizations, and they take a cautious approach toward younger civilizations such as humanity, and especially with my rabbinical background and a religious take. I'm also a scientist, and I recognize that the creation story that perhaps we get in Bereshit or in Genesis may not necessarily be exactly what occurred. I'm open minded, and I think anyone out there, whether religious or secular, has to be open minded to whatever it is. That we shouldn't be force fed doctrines without at least evaluating what is going on. And this leads credence to some type of idea of a panspermia. Perhaps life occurred on either asteroids or some other type of non Earth planetoid or non Earth um, uh, start, and then eventually was brought here. Or what's perhaps another relative realistic opportunity is that we've had guided panspermia, where aliens or some type of extraterrestrial civilization has guided our evolution here on Earth. If you look at whistleblowers like Bob Lazar of the S4 Area 51 lore, he says that within his briefing with the United States government that this is exactly what has happened, and that there have been at least 64 or so major DNA modifications by extraterrestrials, perhaps. But this idea that of Adam and Eve is fine from a traditionalist standpoint, and I understand, but that many of my religious colleagues feel that that is the end of the discussion. I'm not necessarily going to say one way is correct or one way is not. I'm just open minded. Sure, it could have happened in the traditionalist sense, or it could have happened through perhaps other opportunities. And maybe from a religious standpoint, we weren't ready for this type of information. But it does seem that Chaim Eshed is in line with this idea that extraterrestrials may have had some type of impact. Now, what he does say is that humanity is not ready for extraterrestrial disclosure because of the potential impacts of religious questions about humanity's place in creation that we just covered, political challenges, economic uncertainty, changes in philosophy and culture, and questions about human uniqueness. This concept is called ontological shock, the idea that discovering something completely unexpected about reality could transform how people understand themselves and existence. And this is a major fear, not only of perhaps people in power on Earth, but even perhaps extraterrestrial civilizations. Chaim Eshed made a claim that also got a lot of um, interest in the global media, which is about Donald Trump. He claimed that US President Donald Trump was aware of this information related to extraterrestrial matters. According to the interview, he stated that Trump had considered revealing information but was discouraged because humanity was not ready. This became one of the most controversial parts of his interview. And while this there is the big issue with Chaim Mashed is what evidence do you have? We have to just believe him because he doesn't have any physical evidence or he doesn't have any documents. But it was certainly something that was interesting. He also made claims about extraterrestrials having bases on planets around the solar system, including Mars. He discussed Mars in relations to advanced civilizations and humanity's future in space. He stated that Mars contains evidence of ancient water, that it may have once had environments suitable for life, and it is considered one of the most realistic destinations for future human exploration. One thing that I find that he said that was really interesting was about consciousness, death, and the possibility that consciousness continues after the body ends. He stated that consciousness is part, perhaps, of a universal network, that human awareness is connected to a larger cosmic structure, and death possibly is just the transformation rather than